So, again, before the beginning, I would like to thank you to all those without whom all our dreams about development would not come true. I would like to thank you to the Defense Forces of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, partners, friends, good morning. I'm Khrystyna Gevko, and I'm happy to start this conference, which is called HR Boost for Better Employment Conference. We live in times when HR specialist is to make decisions, responsible decisions for the sake of clients and employers. Today we have more than 100 representatives of different businesses, international partners, NGOs. We have many participants online today. Labor market is not just a nice phrase, but this is all within our common responsibility. HR Boost is called to tackle all the challenges which had become even sharper in the times of war, and we have brought together experts from many fields, all those who are ready to introduce changes and to change themselves even today. So our today's conference will sum up our achievements, will establish dialogue between employers, between educators, and we will look for the ways to improve situation in the labor market. I would like to draw your attention to the screen. What do we need to resume, to speed up the reconstruction of Ukraine? We need people who are ready to change us. What can help companies and people to move forward? The HR Boost project aimed at improving HR for better employment and for better employment of qualified labor force. This is a national initiative which brought together hundreds of experts all over Ukraine, from Uzhgorod to Kharkiv, from Sumy to Odessa. All the events of the project framework, including online and offline training for experts, that better matching model for the search of vacancies, online manuals, networking, etc., are aimed at assistance to small and medium-sized businesses and allow those who require special help to find their employment, including women, young people, veterans, disabled people, etc. We work in construction, logistics and transport, agricultural sector, and other services which need changes today. We work with people who, thanks to HR Boost, had changed their approach and found the new life. Step by step, we develop new culture of employment. HR Boost is not only about training, it's about interaction, partnership, growth. There's a sustainable input into the labor market for the sake of flourishing businesses. We strengthen human potential for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Okay, today we will speak about the human capital as a main resource for the recovery of the country. And it's my pleasure to give the floor to our partners who establish rules of the game and support the projects like ours. But first of all, I would like to say a couple of words about skills for recovery. We work for development of human resources and restoration of the labor market, which suffered drastically because of the war. And in this labor market, women, veterans, older people, they lost their previous jobs and look for new jobs, and we assist the educational institutions and employment centers to improve this work on labor market, and we try to involve everybody and bring together all those who work for the economic revival of Ukraine and for further joining of Ukraine to the EU. We are financed by Germany, Poland, Denmark, and Estonia, and the initiative has been lasting from 2023 up to 2026 and covers all the regions of Ukraine. It's my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Mikhail Paulo, Director of Skills for Recovery, GIZ Gambash.
Good morning, dear colleagues, partners, and friends. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the National HR Conference today here in Kiev, and a warm welcome to everyone joining online. Today, 65% of Ukrainian companies identify the lack of workforce as their business constraint number one. For Skills for Recovery, this challenge is the foundation of our program. We work to activate people currently inactive of the labor market, support their training, reskilling and upskilling, and help them transition into employment. We don't do this alone. We do this with the Ministry of Education and Science and with the Ministry of Economy together. However, companies and the private sector is really one of our major partners in this endeavor. Our overall goal is to make skilled workforce available for employers. And this means bringing everyone back into the labor market. To them belong women, young people, elderly people above 50, IDPs, and ex-combatants who require targeted support for their integrations. Employers are essential partners in every step. Your engagement ensures that training stays closely to the needs of the labor market and produces the right skills. And this is why the HR Boost program and your active involvement matters so much. The ways companies attract, select, and retain staff is one of the most important factors for strengthening Ukrainian workforce and driving economic recovery. Let me underline that this is not only a purpose of businesses or a business dimension, it also has a social dimension. Behind of each of these groups are real people with skills, motivation, and the right to decent employment. Inclusion means that a veteran can return to a job, but the workplace needs to understand for this how reintegration works. It means that an internally displaced person can rebuild stability through meaningful work, not just temporarily survival. And this is why Skills for Recovery invests into inclusive approaches. From our side, we truly hope that you carry forward your work, because in the different workshops, you discussed approaches on how to reintegrate these people. And we really hope that you share your best practices in business associations, like, for example, chambers of commerce and industries, different business associations, and I know that also the German foreign chamber AHK was involved here. Germany and the EU can learn from Ukraine, and I would really like to state this. You are currently really looking forward on how to deal with this labor market crisis. If you look into countries like Germany, there, the lack of workforce is already starting. It's not caused by war, like in your case. It is really caused by an aging society. But German companies might learn from you in the future how to be more inclusive, how to integrate people who are currently not in the labor market, and how to boost productivity. We are proud to stand with you and remain fully committed to supporting you on the road ahead. And let me say one thing, I really hope that the next time when we are meeting on the rooftop and not in the basement anymore. Thank you for your attention. I wish you an inspiring and practical discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Mikhail.
Дякую, Михайло. Now it's my pleasure to invite Iryna Shumik, Director General of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine.
I find it easier talking with the mic in hands, but okay. Morning, dear colleagues. Glad to see all of you. We have a bit of a non-standard community here today, but this is a great honor for me to be able to talk to you. Yes, vet schools have been involved in the project, and now it's a possibility for everyone to look deeper a bit to see how the system related to personnel development is working in companies. Why we are talking about HR development? Because in our society, and yes, I'm risking being bored, but normally we are used here to know we have an HR department to sign off your vacation time, maybe some papers for the retraining course, not really popular with many. But yeah, I'd like to thank the project and Mikhail for them raising these very important questions of human resource development, looking into matters of how to make it more performing, more efficient, how to end up with a productive and more progressive stuff. This is increasingly important because given the deficits we are witnessing now in Ukraine, the matter is a huge challenge. Yeah, dear colleagues, I will be talking about education today, and let me use it as an opportunity to offer you a brief overview of changes happening in the vet system in general. I'd like to ask you, everyone with an interest in vet matters, in cooperation, so please find me to have a chat. I'm here, I will do my best to help you. So a bit about vet education and training transformation. Yes, we have a bill enacted into a law, but now you see, with this law on vocational education and training ratified by the parliament, we see certain changes in the rules of the game. It was made into law in late September, but just a word of caution, it's not the time to open champagne yet. We are to do a lot, and it's time to talk together, talking about the changing game rules. You know, this is the tango that requires multiple partners. Generally, the vet system works in two directions. First of all, to help everyone fully unleash and grow one's skills and abilities. And secondly, to ensure skilled workforce for the markets. So what we are going to see. Let me focus a bit also on things of interest for businesses, not only to educators. So we do know that the licensing procedures have long been overcomplicated. Multiple educational institutions would lament that. But now we increasingly see departments, units for licensing with individual institutions. And whenever someone needs an official government issued certificate, normally there is a licensing and attestation procedure to follow. Now we've scrapped attestation. It no longer will be needed because we already have new education quality assessment mechanisms and licensing procedures, and the body authorized to do licensing will change a bit. This will be the domain for the State Service for the Quality of Education, not the ministry as it has been until recently. Now, we'd like to see better involvement of employers in the education process. Because of that, we are to set up supervisory boards with 50-50 split between educators and employers at each institution. Not every institution likes it. I'm reading this every time. So some schools fret about some of their function and authority to be transferred to the supervisory board. And yes, it may be a problem, but we have to step away from the mothballed system when we train someone we are used to train. We need to be more flexible, and employers will help us to train people needed on the market, by the market. We will be even better suited to look into the future potential qualifications. There will be also competitions to fill in the position of the head of an institution, to potentially avoid some undue influence, some camaraderie or nepotism at play. We do need really top-notch professionals coming to fill in such positions with some new outlook, some upgraded vision of things to be done. Because, yes, we also have examples of people sitting in the offices for 20, 30 years and actually stymieing any opportunity of the vet school to develop or go anywhere further. And these are using our taxpayers' money to provide the market with meager specialists not really wanted. We need to have it upgraded. We are going to shift a bit from the notion of regional labor force order. We are moving towards the planned adoption of candidates to show better flexibility, to be able to train professionals needed by a certain labor market. Like, check this photo. This is from a real school here under EDAP, Ukrainian Swiss project. This is how they boost the skills of our directors. I like this photo because it shows the aftermath, the effect of it. And yes, whenever directors are able to participate and suddenly become students again, they develop better understanding of KPIs and how these operate in real time in their own companies, and that reshapes their thinking. And further on, when they go back to the vet school, they are able to reshape their whole existence there, instituting KPIs in the performance. As regards the funding of the vet system, it's a painful thing indeed, and no, there are no windfall money coming our way. I think you know how the system has been operating until now, and yes, the government increasingly feels budgetary constraints because of the defense needs, but we are to offer two potential models to better fund vet schools. One of the mechanisms will be operational in 2027 when a certain formula will be used to fund education efforts. There are certain indicators that are mandatory for this formula to be used, and these indicators include cooperation with businesses, the percentage of graduates employed, investment-related cooperation with businesses. So I do hope that institutions from 2027 and the latest will have to cooperate closer with businesses in order to secure better financing. In our opinion, those willing to expand that cooperation will definitely benefit financially, and this will provide changes in the system. And in 2028, we are going to pilot another yet mechanism, funding through a system of pre-ordering educational services, when vet schools will be reorganized in a new type of institution to be able to provide services that will be purchased. And this will make them more attractive. It will really clear up the situation where businesses will be able to address an institution they need, they want to cooperate with. We want to introduce financial and HR-related autonomy for our institutions. We based our ideas on our healthcare reform. We want to step away from the budget institution format. So you will no longer need to be tied to treasury with their accounts and so on. You will be more flexible, more independent financially, but again, be mindful of the supervisory board that will ultimately streamline your financial appetite for the upcoming year. Still, better autonomy is on the horizon. And you might be interested in the fact that we've again went a bit away from public-private partnership as a notion, going rather for deeper cooperation between education institutions and businesses. This is a wider notion in terms of its sense, much wider than the standard definition of the PPP, and that will provide businesses with more opportunities. There will be certain standard agreements available for them to review and to enter into with vet schools. And we do hope it will boost the cooperation. And there's something, I'd say, completely innovative thing. Many times we are asked, are we sure we are not trying to completely kill the system? And this is about renting out certain facilities, vet facilities. So in short, no, we are not going to dismantle or destroy the system. We have support from relevant projects, and we have relevant, again, asset management models. Look, we are not surprised with HOAs, homeowners associations, and such things. We no longer are suspicious that the founders of an HOA would not be able to manage their joint property. Why should we bother with such a distrust with vet schools? Also, for learners, we will offer somewhat different approaches. We are not going to have 300 plus vet standards. There will be a uniform standard, but there will be curricula. And these will be developed based on the combination of an education standard and professional qualification standard. Why we are doing this? It's because professional standards are ever-changing, and the National Qualifications Agency is trying to respond properly, communicating with employment communities, business representatives to maintain this flexibility. And yes, we have competency-based approach enshrined in this professional standard, and this serves as a general framework for an educational standards. We also look at the progress results to see how these affect competences. There can be some individual customized training and learning opportunities. We are trying to open the doors of our school for also informal training courses and opportunities to get something similar to micro-credential as they have in the EU. And yes, Mikhail mentioned that, and I can only agree with him that yes, the life is teaching us to live according to the requirements and challenges of the time. And sometimes it's even better and easier to go step by step, gaining micro qualifications, as we call them, rather than jumping into a long-term training program. Now, external evaluation of learning results. There will be qualification centers used for that. I myself am a strong fan of Gordon Ramsay and his cooking prowess. I think that I've managed to learn a lot from him, and I want even to get certified, and I can go to a qualification center to try my self-taught skills. And I think business and industry representatives will have to be made available to properly assess one's skills. Definitely, it will require certain legal regulatory framework, standard relative framework for that. A certain network of qualification centers will have to be established across the country, but I think it will still be better than old-time offices with mountains of papers pouring through your results for ages to see if you are really qualified. It may not be palatable for some schools, but again, we have to move practically towards better vet. In terms of practical training, we have legislative requirements for that, like dual training opportunities to improve these practical training things, but not every time this can work, given specifics, industrial specifics, and so on. From here, we think about more internships to be made available. It will be a bit tweaked instrument to offer more on-the-job training.
Були величезні дискусії. Не всім подобається поняття студентський трудовий договір, але все ж таки на сьогодні, принаймні, ми забили цю норму, і в нас є це поняття. Тепер наша задача розбудувати сенс цього договору. Загальна наша ідея, наше бачення, що ті бізнеси, які будуть брати роботодавці за студентським договором до себе на навчання і роботу, і навчання і роботу одночасно здобувачів освіти, вони фактично було би добре, і ми тут беремо краще.
The idea is that those employers who will invite students to work in the enterprises, they will get some reimbursement of the cost spent on training of these students in their businesses. And if you follow the development of VT, you can find out that the government of Ukraine received funding from the EU, and last year we modernized 88 different shops and educational shops, and this year we will modernize approximately the same number, 89 such training shops, and this influences the perception of VAT. Actually, this improves very much the perception of VAT by students and motivates the teachers. Our top priorities for 2026 are as follows. Based on new funding, we will give priority to automation of production, develop electronics, radio mechanics, and energy sector, then dedicate much attention to machine building and mechanics, etc. Perhaps I took a bit more time than it was planned originally, but I did not want to miss this opportunity to communicate with you, and thank you for your involvement. Thank you to our donors for support, and I hope for further cooperation. Thank you, Iryna, for the interesting and inspired presentation and for all your work. I'm pleased to invite Mr. Bohdan Matviichuk from the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture. Good morning. Can you hear me? First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Bohdan Matviichuk. I'm head of the Employment Department, and this is just one fragment of my long-term career in the public service. I used to work in a department which studied all sorts of remunerations for employment, while now I deal with employment itself, and we now very seriously take the need to increase the numbers of people in labor market. Without full involvement of people to labor, we won't be able to recover the country, and I have found that quite often people cannot find jobs, while businesses are drastically looking for labor force, and that's why having joined this department recently, I started to look at the statistics and figures, and we clearly see from statistics that almost half of young people are not employed. After over 1.41 million of young people who remain in Ukraine, almost half of them are not employed. And of course, these are approximate figures, but still these are the figures. Around 31 million of people currently stay inside the country, and looking at this 31 million, we have 10.3 million of pensioners, and out of them 27% are pensioners by age, which means that they are able to work Actually, many of these people who are, so to say, young pensioners, they continue to work, and we may stimulate them to work further. For example, to create an encouragement for them in a form of a voluntary paid single social contribution, which will increase their pensions in future. In first half of 2025, almost half a billion people used an opportunity to apply so-called reactive or responsive approach. That's why in late October this year we made a decision to apply the proactive approach. For example, when people resign from previous employment and appears unable to find a new job within 60 days. Then after the 60 days, this person will be found by the employment service themselves. There will be no need for such a person to apply to employment service individually. This became possible due to digitalization of this area. And I can assure you that application of this system does not prevent people from being discriminated in terms of pension payments, pension contributions, etc. Actually, this new digital registration system for people who had resigned from their previous jobs, it is aimed at better registering of those people who are not employed at each moment of time, and this system would allow the state to understand better all the documents available for this person, all the experience, CV of a person, etc. So this new automated system would allow us to collect all the information about an employee in our system, Obrii, and there's documents which prove the labor experience of a person. All his or her qualifications will be immediately available for potential employers, and also it will be possible to confirm the previous wage. And this is quite useful for employers, because quite often potential employees come and their wage expectations are too high. So for us, it is useful to understand whether these expectations are too high, or there were, so to say, wages in envelopes without taxation that we paid a previous job. So this Obrii system, which will be launched on January 1st, 2026, in pilot version. First, it will be launched for grant seekers and for some categories of employers, but still the overall goal is to launch this system for all potential employers and for all the employees. What else I would like to mention? What are the needs of the market? We see the vulnerable categories of potential employees. Looking at the categories of vulnerable people, we see the following categories. First of all, IDPs. IDPs are quality resource for further employment. People with disabilities. This category now has very good legislative framework for employment, and now the problem is to implement this very good legislation and very good amendments. I encourage you to look carefully at the novelties in this area. The government had created incentives and for employers when they employ people with disabilities. This could be very beneficial for the businesses. And this can be very useful for SMEs. You may use these financial incentives to equip your workplaces with ramps for wheelchairs, etc. The next big category for which we create incentives, these are veterans, and almost in each region now we have experts who assist in employment of veterans, who assist in integration of veterans back to society, and after difficult times at the front line, veterans require our help and assistance, and that's why the government offers a lot of programs for rehabilitation of veterans. I encourage you to look on our website, as well as I encourage you to look on our website with all beneficial programs and incentives which we offer to employers. And next vulnerable category are young people. Perhaps you may recollect your first years after graduation of the university. And you may recollect that even in late student years, there were a category of students who were already employed, and they were just waiting for their diploma to run immediately into their workplace. And there was another group of people, of students, who having got their diplomas about graduation of the university, they started to look for the first job. And sometimes such people, when they come to you, they request for huge wages, like say 50-60,000 hryvnia per month, and they come to me and say, I want to get a higher wage than any barista who gets this wage of between 50 and 60,000 hryvnia per month. And while having diploma, I would like to have even higher wage, and I am able to offer just 22,000 hryvnia per month to such people. Looking at your smiles, I understand that you also had such experience. I also lack human resources. At the beginning of the war, I was very selective as to the human resources, while now I am much less selective. I accept those imperfect candidates, so to say, who come to me with a hope that I will improve this human capital. But this not always happens. So what we need to do is to young people, we need to involve them, young people, to professional development as early as possible. When young people come out immediately after university, but they immediately require retraining, because businesses not always require a young engineer with a chemical diploma in chemistry to have a welder able to carry out welding in his manufacturing. The second big issue is to establish proper mentorship for newcomers. A good mentor able to set proper example for a young employee. This is crucial for further employment. And when that is a good model. I started from very simple operation, then I grew up through all the positions up to managerial ones, and eventually I'd become a CEO of this business.
I can offer tons of examples of people starting from the bottom, but owing to their will to work and develop. I myself know a person who started as the rank and file employee at one of store chair to become the financial director of the company in 6 years. Quite a manageable time, I would say. And the person, furthermore, they started as an analyst at KPMG, but then switched for some lower position to grow. Again, never be afraid of rediscovering and rebuilding yourselves. And I do hope that we will be able to launch this program at Mentor in 2026. And yeah, the young people would check Instagram to see like cases of some fantastic multi-billion businesses have been made just in 20 days. Maybe it's about some sugar daddy to be found there, but well, people can develop and grow themselves. Also, there are people who potentially may be past their prime in terms of their working capacity, but nevertheless they have tons of experience and they can well teach others. There is a moment in time when a person with years behind her belt can no longer compete as a performer, but they do know how to teach others. On the other hand, there are young people well able, well willing to do the job, but they seldom know exactly how to do it. And I think this is our next step. This is what we call adult internship weeks. Another thing that I'm often hearing from businesses, it's about internships that need to be really reconsidered and redesigned. Many times the procedures are crusty, lots of paperwork to be filled out, and many times this simply fails. I myself spent time a couple of months ago to see how internship opportunities are used, and I can tell you that having checked that, I would say that as a business person or as an applicant, I would be rather discouraged from it. There are individual internship plans that have to be pre-approved and so on, signed, stamped. Some sort of contract needs to be signed, and God forbid you somehow step away from this framework, the limits of the training you are to provide. And then I will have to look into details of engagement, and then you have to pay certain, social welfare deductions and so on. So it's a nightmare. At least this is the way it looks based on the applicable regulations. And this has to be completely redesigned. I'd like to call upon you colleagues. Come up with proposals, please. Come up with your ideas. It's my time. During my time in the social welfare area, it was rather easy. Every time a person would not receive social welfare in time, there would be a huge hullabaloo and things would be rectified in a blink. When it comes to the topic we are discussing now, it's much less active, I would say. By the way, I do hear from businesses that they are willing to cooperate between themselves, and they say to the government, please do not intervene, we will do it ourselves, we know how to. I can tell you this is a wrong position, because yes, it creates potential clash, and we can harm each other rather than helping each other. We do need to work, us, the government, businesses, we need to be able to cooperate if we are to change the system. So please, my call to you, please help us to help you. That way we will win. Thank you. Thank you, Bohdan. Thank you, our beautiful speakers, for this really positive start of the conference. We already heard about the strategic vision of the government, that of our partners, and I think it's time to go to some specific concrete results from the already existing HR community that actually is changing the employment policies. Please welcome Nataliia Starodub. She is Deputy Chair of the Board and Project Manager at a Mentor Center NGO to present certain results of their activities. Thank you. Good morning, dear partners, dear team members, dear managers of the Skills for Recovery program, representatives of the governments, of the State Employment Service, international donors, and nonetheless esteemed guests. It's really a touching moment because we are again here, 100 HR companies thinking of the staff members of the companies day after day. Together, we are we've been able to have 40,000 jobs. Imagine the number of families with their better hopes for the future thanks to that. Big welcome to our fellow HRs, partners, managers, generalists. You are the ones who fight for the future of your job, of your teams, who refuse this routine that we are to deal with. We are at the time when huge paradoxes can be found on the labor market. On the one hand, a lot of vacancies to fill. On the other hand, more than 12% employment rate. So how this may be? Yes, we have vacancies unfilled, but they seem to exist in another dimension. The war has been at play, and it further exacerbated the general employment problem. That was the circumstance for HR Boost to emerge as a project. We understand the need to better respond to the demand of employers, and we do understand the need to help people rethink themselves. From here, two key tasks. First, to expand on HR opportunities, new methods, new inclusive approaches to counteraction, when dealing with vulnerable groups of potential employees, women, veterans, people of age, young people, people with special abilities. And second task is to build a resilient, reliable HR network to foster better cooperation with relevant line institutions in all regions of Ukraine. That was the starting point. And then we had a competition from among 170 applicants, and we were able to select some 100 companies ready and willing to go for change with systemic changes in mind. We had the personnel representatives undergoing trainings, and these are some glimpses of our previous trainings across Ukraine. We offered a whole new approach, a whole new vision of HR service, of the matters we have to face on a daily basis. Then we had a psychological resilience training course, the one which is, I'd call it mega important for the Ukrainians today, because there's no region in Ukraine free from that feeling of loss of human life, loss of employment. We don't know why it has been like that. Enemy attacks happening on a daily basis. Right on the eve of the conference, Liudmyla Kozhukhova from Odessa wrote me to tell it's been a nightmare here. Thankfully, people were able to hide in time. So psychological resilience is no longer a soft skill, a nice to have thing. It's a survival tool for everyone. And we had educators join us. We had people from training and practical training centers at the State Employer Service. And we worked together to seek the resource we need. We had a training marathon throughout the project that lasted for 160 hours, which helped us create a whole ecosystem based on three premises. Better matching is the first. You can go to the web page of the project to see the description of the open position. You may get some neural network enabled suggestions how to improve your vacancy, your opening. So this is a clear effort to make your opening more palatable or more interesting, regardless of the people you want to employ. We also checked with experience from some huge internationals and reputable peers to see how they are doing that. And you can have it as this brochure from KhKP to other companies. It's really a treasure trove for everyone working in HR aspect. And then we created also a training course, and we created an avatar. Please meet Marco, your personal assistant, your personal mentor. 5 modules to go through, 25 lessons to master, lectures, handout materials, checklists and tests, everything for you to improve. So starting today, please register with our training platform. You can use this QR code to gain access. So we are gaining bits and crumbs of wisdom on a daily basis from fellow HR colleagues, from veterans, from psychological counselors, and so on. We talk to educational institutions, and summing up our year-long experience, I can tell you that I'm proud we were able to deliver. We were able to deliver thanks to our international partners, donors, everyone who had trust in us. We thank the businesses who joined the project with a strong belief in our country. When this belief in us turns into trust and cooperation, this makes us one step closer to recovery and the victory. Thank you. Thank you, dear Nataliia. Cool results to report indeed, and thanks for your help to keep hope alive in the hearts of the many. Nice presentation indeed. And we move on. HR Boost is also something more than strategies and instruments. It's more specifically about individual specific changes and individual very specific people across companies. I'd like to invite Liudmyla Kozhukhova, HR manager and HR generalist from Concept Oil Company, to share their story. How this works? Okay. Magic. Good morning, dear colleagues. Glad to see you, many familiar faces across. I have just 5 time to brief you on our story. I represent the Concept Oil Company, and we are manufacturing petroleum products and fuels. I'm an HRG at the company for more than 6 years. We are a small business, a small production in Kyiv Oblast, with more than 25 years of experience on the market. As of now, we have 124 skilled staff members. Again, we are small in production, but we are nevertheless able to fill into multiple fuel and petroleum product related gaps in the Kyiv Oblast and beyond. I'm not going to dwell on our production capacities because, well, there are other things regarding that. Now I'd like to talk about the people I work with. Just one case to offer. I do remember when back in September I visited an HR Boost related event in Lviv, and there they spoke about business's responsibility in front of young people. And I exactly remember I had an opening in the company, and yes, we were told and we spoke a lot about the need to trust in young people, the need to somehow shift your kind of skeptical take of students, graduates, young employees. Well, changing the mindset of my own management with dozens of years in the sector. I do remember when my director said, okay, let's give it a try. Let's take this graduate girl. Let us see, maybe she will stay for at least a couple of months. And then we will see how to replace her with someone more manageable. I said, Zhenya, no, we are not going to do it like that. We reviewed the approach, and that way we finally ended up with Ivana Ignatenko, a law graduate from Bila Tserkva National University, Agrarian University. And she was like a sophomore student, and we adapted the program a bit to make Ivana a stock-taking officer. This is her and the job. Ivana Ignatenko, by the way, had her father die at war just days ago, and she had a dream of proudly telling her father that after graduation as a lawyer, she is finally, you know, a barrister. And well, the dream was shattered by that event. But on the other hand, she reconsidered her career opportunities. She looked into new opportunities that the work in our company opened for her. You can see that now she is happily even communicating with truck drivers carrying tankers with dangerous chemical substances across the country. Just an example that yes, you can trust young people, you can have trust in them. And by the way, we have Ivana with us today, so a big round of applause to her. And to wrap up my presentation, I'd like to offer you this. And this is what I learned from HR Boost again in September. It was an eye-opener for us because, yes, the future comes to us in the form of students. First, they need your trust, then they will serve you as professionals. Be mindful of that.
Thank you, Liudmyla, for support of young specialists. And it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Alona Romeha, Deputy HR Director from Askona-Pivden company, who work in 2 locations, Zhytomyr and Kherson regions. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to meet here all the colleagues whom I met for the first time on HR Boost. I'm very grateful to Ms. Nataliia Starodub, to the project HR Boost, because they had given to me inspiration. Askona-Pivden produces more than 100 types of construction materials, and next year we will celebrate 20 years of our operation. Since 2022, we partially relocated our business to Zhytomyr region, who showed extreme hospitality to us. And of course, we all suffer because of drone attacks, of air raids, of bombardments, and of ruinations, etc. All the at the beginning of HR Boost, I had one expectations, while by the end of HR Boost, I realized that not only my primary expectations were satisfied, but even additional ones. I've learned how to work with veterans. The 3-day workshop enriched me considerably, and immediately after that training, I'd seen 3 students. I'd met 5 new veterans, and then 3 more arrived, and as of today, I've employed more than 65 people, and actually, almost all of them required individual approach. Uh, Immediately after the training, I suggested to introduce new way of commemorating a minute of silence, a moment of silence every day. And we had introduced this new practice of the moment of silence every day at 9 a.m. And that was supported not by only our enterprise, but the surrounding enterprises. And then, unfortunately, we have 2 employees who were killed in action at the front line, and in Kherson region, we have no possibility to commemorate their memory, and we decided to organize this commemorative corner in Zhytomyr, and we found out that even neighboring companies offered free services to us when producing all this equipment. Then a military chaplain from our enterprise, he also arrived specifically for this event from contact line to commemorate the opening of this plate of memory. And this plaque shows pictures of those our employees who were killed in action, and one of them was mobilized in 2022 in April. He joined the armed. He wanted to join Ukrainian armed forces, but on his way to the checkpoint, he was caught by the Russian authorities, and he, for some time, he stayed in as a prisoner of war. And this man had young son, and this young son also went as a volunteer to the defense forces, and he was missed in action, and then became a prisoner of war. Now we have got information where this young man is imprisoned in Russia, and we hope that we will find the ways how to enter him into the list of POWs for exchanges. And that's why we, having all those experiences, all those people as our employees, we decided to have this memory plaque. Another good practice which was inspired by HR Boost. We decided to organize a special training dedicated to adaptation of the veterans. It proved to be very successful. We have got very experienced trainer, and he managed to turn this what was planned to be a standard HR workshop into something very interesting, very engaging, and something very successful. And one more story of success. In April, we have got a veteran who resigned from the army after 9 years of military service. That was even before my experience in HR Boost. So I acted in my standard way. I asked him, what do you need? What do you what do you need? What do you want? And he said, I'm fine, it's okay. And he started to work, and he worked very successfully, but he always worked in headphones and always stayed isolated among people. And sometimes he disappears for a week or two or even longer, and he requires some periods of holiday. And we try to support him in any situation, and when he requires a day off, a half of day off, a week off, and we had been understanding that he needs time to adapt to the civilian life, and gradually he rehabilitated back, he integrated back to the society. And recently we understood that he needed more time, and that became successful. But now I will tell you about less successful story. In September, we accepted Vadim, a retired serviceman, and unfortunately we found out that he proved unable to work in his position. We offered him a holiday, and now once again we suggested him a holiday for which he is eligible as a veteran. So on one hand, we cannot reject an employee who is a veteran to accept him back as an employee, but he is unable to work, he is unable to carry out his duties, and on the one hand, we understand that we have to comply with the legislation. On the other hand, all the employees try to find the ways how he can work. On the other hand, we are thinking about announcing a brainstorming for with the aim to set up either a business or a company or whatever, which will make it possible for former veterans to work together and to in order to make this adaptation smoother for them. So I would like to thank to Nataliia, to Yuri for organization of this event and for the for the opportunity to share success and non-success stories. Thank you. I wish all of us very soon victory, very soon prevalence. Listening to your stories, I found out that we all learn different stories and different situations. But before that, I invite you to look at the screen. Recovery and employment, labor market. Elektrotrans.
Рух вперед. І разом з Elektrotrans ти можеш стати тією.
We move around the city. When you have a dream, you can implement it into life. We invite women to become drivers of the city buses. At the beginning, I felt I was a bit nervous, but I found out that I could. For a mother of many children, this is a good job. It's good to be a driver. That's very cool. This is prestigious and this is important. My work is my world and I adore my work. I love my job. I'm very happy, and I would advise other people to try it. The most difficult was to pass the exams. Khmelnytskyi is a city which fills you with courage. HR Boost helped me to overcome the challenges of war times, and it helped the city to find employees and fill the vacancies of municipal bus drivers. And recently we had launched a new group, new trainees group of drivers, and the prevailing part of them are women, and HR Boost is a responsible subject, and we allow people to understand their future jobs and to find what is the best to them. Looking at your work, I am very much inspired. And now it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Nataliia Svystun, Deputy CEO from Khmelnytskyi Elektrotrans Municipal Enterprise. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Dear friends, dear participants of the conference, I would like to welcome you at this final conference of HR Boost. And implementation of HR Boost became a background for both HR and training. We all understand the need for recovery and the need to bring together businesses and future employees. I'm representing Khmelnytsky. This is the third year in a row when Khmelnytsky remains in among three leaders after Kiev and Dnipro in allocation of resources for support of Ukrainian defense forces and Ukrainian military staff. Actually, these expenses had become part of our military economy, to which each taxpayer contributes equally. And today we support innovative paradigm for development of Khmelnytsky, and that's why implementation of this project is very important for us. I would like to say that a HR Boost for us, it was not only about correct communication, but about preparing our country for its rapid development in future. I would like to describe success that was reached by Elektrotrans thanks to cooperation with EBRD and the EU. We had procured more than 40 specially equipped trolleybuses for Khmelnytsky city, well equipped for wheelchairs, and but additionally to the investments in hardware, so to say, we invest in people. We had created our own school for drivers. We implement a policy of gender equality and of strong involvement of IDPs and veterans. Many positions in our enterprise are filled with IDPs and other vulnerable groups. We have very broad cooperation with VT institutions and with higher educational institutions. We lack personnel not only in the category of vocational specialities like drivers, but also among managerial staff. That's why we offer first jobs to the university graduates and invite them into municipal jobs.
Also, our company has a training unit. We created it jointly with vet schools, and since 2022 we've been having this opportunity of moving bit by bit with dual training implementation. This way, thanks for this year's participation in the project, we are able to transform our Elektrotrans company into a resilient and reliable public sector operator. Let me introduce you to this demonstration of a synergy of our joint efforts. We have our Trolleybus drivers group, recent graduates, and thanks to HR Boost, for the first time in our history, we were able to offer training to the second group of Trolleybus drivers in 1 year. Now, this group has been in training for 4 years. We are licensed to have our own driver schools for Trolleybus drivers. And both groups it's 98% comprise of vulnerable group representatives, veterans, women opting for man-made occupation, people who went from hell to rediscover themselves in their peaceful lives, and we do our best to help them returning to it. We do as much as we can to improve the professional competence of our employees. We provide them with growth opportunities from administrative and managerial staff to drivers. We have agreements set up with mentor hubs working with veterans, because most of the time our drivers are the first ones to meet people returning from the battlefield. We train our drivers in how to better communicate, how to be more psychologically resilient, how to help others. So I'd like to present our lady drivers who had overcome the challenging life circumstances, and now they are driving these huge public transport monsters. Please come to the podium. Good morning, dear participants, event coordinators, and project participants. We are truly grateful for the experience we were able to get thanks to the project. We represent the Khmelnytsky Public Transport Organization. Thank you. Thank you. We are happy to be able to speak in front of you. I myself am very much happy to be able to have this nice occupation that really helps me helping people. Tell about your decision that compelled you to switch your occupations. Well, at times like this, you think of some stability. And generally, I'm already with 40 hours of experience of driving huge trolleybus. This is something. How hard it is. Well, first days are a challenge because you have roads, you have traffic, you have all sorts of people inside, from kids to elderly to veterans. You have this electric network grid on top of our heads, and can be a challenge. Thank you. We thank the event coordinators for letting us in the project. I've myself witnessed your efforts, and I felt it. And we thank you for this. I can only wish everyone to have this joint dream of the victory of Ukraine come true. Let us make everything to see it happen. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, girls. Thank you, Antonina. When you listen to stories like that, you understand better how important it may be to open genuine new opportunities. And such opportunities should not be a declaration, a statement. It's about real life, it's about real people, it's about the career prospects. And in the scope of HR Boost for Better Employment, we had videos taken at business branches featuring representatives of various sectors. Thanks to meetings arranged by Nataliia Starodub, we already have a list of really valuable ideas and quotations that we'd like to share with you. By the way, Nadia Shaban said that leadership and one's ability to work with people is about one's integrity, inner integrity. Renata Del Porte once said that people cannot be governed from the top, but you can interact with them and communicate with them. And yes, this should be a two-way road. Raisa Ditkovska from Ukrainian Free University at Munich, she advises everyone to remember we are not Duracell bunnies. So please do not rush yourself. Do not go on 100 miles per hour on a subway, on a highway. Think what you're doing, how you're going. But it's real nice to see that we have brilliant HR directors, HR representatives able to advise people how to bring out most of their lives without sacrificing anything, be it health or prospects. I'd like to invite participants of the first panel discussion, which will be looking from various angles at the labor market. We'll be looking at the roles of the government, businesses, education institutions in the matter of establishing equal opportunities for everyone. Please welcome Iryna Shumik, Director General of the VET Directorate, Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. Applause to Iryna. Evgenia Pedlisna, Deputy Director of the Employers Cooperation Department at the State Employment Service. Tetiana Muravska, HR Director, Overstar Union Group. Halina Fesiuk, Human Resource Director, Biomed Sklo. And Julia Trojan, Chair of the Veteran Diplomacy Public Initiative. And we start with a question to Iryna. Vocational education and training has been traditionally associated with young people. What is the view of your directorate in vet school reorganization into lifelong training centers to better cater for the needs of veterans and people of age? Well, that's challenging. A good question, as they say, because vet school is normally happening after elementary school. It has been traditionally so. It has traditionally been focused on young people, adolescents, and now we are rethinking the whole business of vocational education and training, favoring more training for adults. By the way, now sitting here, I caught myself thinking certain gender imbalance in the panel discussion. So we definitely will need to look into that, because yeah, if we check the room, we see that there's no gender equality in the area. But well, coming to the topic, it's a challenging topic. Migration process affects young people. Young people tend to vie for some higher education, still more that they have a variety of grant programs to support that. Meanwhile, adults, and this is what our colleague from the Ministry of Economy has mentioned, they are like kind of an iceberg. The young people are at the top, visible to everyone, but much more of that is hidden underwater. People of age, women who sometimes have to split their time between kids, home, and work, provided certain conditions are met. Retirement age professionals. Sometimes they are wrongfully being deemed as not competitive, not able to perform, but we still have people of retirement age in some of our units, like in my directorate. They have huge experience, they have institutional memory, and they can teach you a lot. Maybe they have some problems dealing with ChatGPT or some cognitive things, but for the most part, these are top-notch professionals, and they may have a very important function and role for HRs, unleashing their expert potential. Our vet institutions are increasingly becoming more adult-oriented. We try to expand our offer to a wider range of people, providing more shortened training course, say to get micro qualifications, partial qualifications. This is one part. On the other hand, there's a support from the career learning centers that help to fill in the gap of in certain sectors. Also, speaking of the political level of it, relatively recently, about a year ago, the parliament voted for the law on adult education. This year we joined a European Alliance on that. We are working on the recommendations to implement them here. We are working with education institutions to institute activities specifically mentioned for the adult training. Some unique experience for the country that simply has never been used to offer anything in terms of learning to anyone 30 plus. Yes, there's that pathology with mandatory qualifications upgrade that sometimes people are sent every, say, 5 years somewhere to kind of get upgrades to the skills, but this is not in the culture, and this is really red tape. And now we think that with our new opportunities, this will be adopted. Thank you for your response, and your note regarding gender imbalance is taken. Though people normally say that HR profession here is mostly for women. My next question is to Evgenia Pidlisna. We are often hearing about certain shortages, understaffing in specific sectors. How your institution helps to overcome this? Well, first of all, congratulations everyone with this event. We've waited for it. I'd like to thank Nataliia Pidubna for their involvement. Thank you for gathering us here. It's a challenge in itself, I do understand. As a representative of the State Employment Service, I think you know that also from the media, that we do our best to keep abreast with those modern digitization, specifically processes in the country. There are daily challenges we have to face. certain changes coming and we need to react, to respond. The employment service does as much as it can. I myself am in charge of dealing with employers, and we have a range of tools for that to help overcome this labor market imbalance we have. So first of all, it's about lifelong learning, the curricula that we have to improve the level of professionalism of performers to make them better fit for the market. If we check statistical data, we will see that we currently have 3 openings per 1 potential candidates, in spite of the employment service having the biggest database of openings and vacancies across the country. Let's be frank, we have 200,000 vacancies posted on a daily basis on our website. And in spite of substantial understaffing, we do offer this opportunity for people to get trained to better match the needs of employers. We want people to be more employable, to be more competitive on the market. We want also to stimulate employers to better employ certain groups, like people with disabilities, mothers with kids under 6, IDPs, participants of the active military action. So we are expanding the groups. And another important aspect is we constantly work to regularly upgrade skills of our staff members. We want our service-related recruiters, more than 500 of them taken together. We want them trained in more modern techniques for selection of potential candidates, prospects, which is especially true for hot vacancies that have to be filled as ASAP, actually. And we train our recruiters to better work with prospects. And actually, yeah, listening to peers here, I am really amazed with their success, and I think we can thank them for what they've been doing. And yeah, it's really about some tailored approach to everyone, because our circumstances are unique and we are unique. And let's be frank, a person with a steady employment is someone who is 70%, at least 70% happy in these conditions. And the tool sets we have and we use, yes, it works. It helps a lot, because we can offer, also consultations, also a piece of advice. Just having a chat with person may help sometime. We offer consultations to those thinking of opening a company of their own. We do understand that everyone can grow, and we only need to help that growth, whether it's about opening a business, whether it's about joining the existing operation. I think it works for our hopefully soon to come victory. Now, the approaches we currently employ, we are quite open, first of all. We have all the information posted for the candidates on our website. We have consultants working and stuff, also for employers, and they can be contacted and worked with on a wider range of issues. We can help setting up employment fairs.
This is a good tool for joint work with the employers, vacancy fairs. And sometimes employers have exaggerated expectations as to the employee candidates, and sometimes it's a recruiter work to explain to employers the realities of today, and to convince sometimes employers to um, approach more flexibly to the labor hours, etc. Now, my question goes to businesses. Ms. Tetiana Muravska, question to you. In agro sector, in your business, whether you have any examples of inclusive employment practices in your business. Thank you for this opportunity and this possibility to share ideas and experience with my colleagues. This allows to respond more quickly. And we also, as you mentioned, we also work with recruiters and learn from them. And you're absolutely right. Each person is an individual, and people have an individual requirements. And agriculture is a hard job, and we always try to offer something special which is required for an individual candidate, either flexible hours of work or flexible work schedule to offer additional days off per month to satisfy the individual physical needs of each person. Some people, they require individual mentor when they start their work career, and we have actually launched many internal programs. We clearly understand that for veterans, agricultural sector is not attractive because after tough physical work in military service, they are not very eager to join agriculture sector and to work hard physically. And as of today, we have the youngest employees who work. The youngest is 19 years old and 22 years old, and the eldest employees are 75 and 77 years old. We even have a dynasties, grandparents, parents, and their children. They occupy different positions: an electrician, a mechanical worker, and we have actually a dozen of such dynasties. We do not look at an age of a person. If a 60-year-old comes to us who are ready to undergo training, and we offer such a training and try to satisfy the needs of a person in employment as much as possible. Now, my question is to Galina Fasuk. As far as I know, your company integrates veterans, IDPs, people with disabilities, or aged people. What changes, what organizational changes you had to introduce? Thank you for this question. During my first meeting in course of a HR Boost. I felt myself like at the anonymous alcoholics meeting when you realize, people have the same problems than I and you gradually realize that the approach that you tried to apply intuitively before the training, that it was intuitively correct, and we have got several successful things. Last year, we approached two VT colleges and invited students of VT colleges to our enterprise for internship, and promised the students that in case of successful internship, we would immediately invite them as employees and start paying them wages. And also we organize excursions to our enterprise as students, school students. And we now have even several employees who joined us after school graduation, while in the past we tried to work applying general approach, while now we offer a tailor-made approach and use in flexible work hours. We offer flexible work hours for people because people have different situations. Not everybody can come early to work by 8. Some people need to come by 8:30. Another good example is a work with veterans. Some veterans try to stay alone and to work his or her work. Some veterans, they want to be involved into a team. We also try to remember always about those who are not with us now and who continue to serve in the army or are on holiday or are on leave. That's why we have a big plaque where we have pictures of all our employees who are now in the army service, who are now defenders of Ukraine. And for them, it is important to remember that even in case they will decide not to come back to our enterprise after the victory, but still there is a place somewhere where they are very much awaited for. And by the way, we continue with enrollment of women into typically male specialities and into typically man positions. My next question goes to Ms. Yulia Troyan, who is a representative of the civilian initiative veteran diplomacy. My question: what is the value of veterans as a human capital? You are quite right. Now, at a stage when we try to be at the cutting edge of technologies. not only for Ukraine, but these are cutting-edge technologies for the whole world, and these are these people who are at the front line. They are responsible for human lives. And before getting into that critical situation, they were people just like we are, and having passed through that critical situations, they now have nothing to be afraid of. When we take such countries as the United States, as the Netherlands, we see examples of inclusion. For example, in the Netherlands, the king of the Netherlands is one of the veterans, and we should build up a system of respectful inclusion of the veterans. I would like to point out to the policy of the President of Ukraine, who who oversees the veterans policy, and who supported peer-to-peer approach. This is actually an approach which is used all over the world. When veterans speak to veterans, communicate to veterans. Now it is important to introduce innovations in this area, and recently we have launched our new work on artificial intelligence, and veterans are very much involved. They now Ukraine possess the most expensive solutions for the world, and these people, the veterans, they could be drivers of that solutions. I would like to show you some pieces from my presentation. Our key task is to build up ecosystem for professional transition from military life to civilian life, where that innovative skills gained at the battlefield could be adapted, could be transferred into economy, which will preserve our statehood and our sovereignty. Which formats and approach to professional life for veterans do work. You correctly mentioned that veterans are very different. It depends on how they joined the army. There were some people who joined army as a volunteer. There were some people who joined army because they were mobilized. There are some professional military who became professional military, like the border guards of Ukraine, etc. All these people, they require attention, but in any case, these are understandable needs, and in any case, these needs are quite understandable to any person who has an empathy. You understand that all those veterans, they sacrificed their careers, their comfort, etc., to defend you. And it is very important for the ecosystem to establish links with the veterans immediate when they come back to civilian life. And My second slide is a proposal from the veteran diplomacy to employers. We suggest to establish an alliance of employers who will be able to offer added value for the veterans community through extension of their capacity. When we take Ukrzaliznytsia or Ukrposhta, like big public corporations, they have no possibility to be flexible and offer flexible options for veterans with new needs. And what we suggest to unite our efforts and in my opinion, the employers may use so I would the idea is to bring together the employers and to organize like a hub of available vacancies available for veterans. And in order to be able to offer vacancies which may better fit the needs of veterans. It's an analog of the green corridor in an airport. I believe that having united our efforts, we will be able to do that. Iryna, Evgenia, just one question per you. What changes are you ready to implement in nearest future to make labor market as accessible as possible for different categories of veterans, etc.? Labor market, it is a system which has been changing all the time, and the challenges that we have today will change tomorrow, and we have to adapt and become more flexible today. And we have to find a way how to bring together the a bit exaggerated requirements of employers to match what the employees can offer. And this will allow us to meet the needs of employers.
Because many times an employer needs to fill in the vacancy ASAP without having to wait. Because of that, we try to adapt our training offer to make sure that people can become employed reasonably soon. If you allow my brief comment, I do remember a time when I worked at the local level. We would organize different sort of festivals, fairs involving vet schools, trying to lure the young people into training, and it never worked because no one was able to see the end result of it. As soon as we started getting events together with businesses, employers telling more and more specifically about salary ranges, career opportunities, and so on. That opened eyes to some of the prospective learners, and it did change the whole landscape. I see also from your eyes that this interaction between HRs and businesses goes on, and this effort is already there. It does require some further refining, but it works already. Before the start of the full-scale invasion, it was business who would look for specific individual to pick. And yes, they were picky. Now the situation has changed. Now people think of the employment opportunities themselves and make the decisions to get trained respectively. And this is a complete overhaul. So besides vet schools, besides businesses, we increasingly need to work with individuals, communities, and whole regions with local self-governments and their representatives to better understand where are the hidden reserves with people potentially suitable to fill in those gaps. So question is who to train. We are ready to do that and businesses are ready to help, but we need to be able to look for people. Yeah, thank you, Iryna. I think the core message of today's discussion is everything is possible if there's a synergy between the government, businesses, and trainers. And now I think we are to survive the family photo opportunity. Big thanks to panel participants, dear friends.
Okay, after our discussions about systemic level, let's move further. Now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Uh, Yuri Bulek, head of the Mentor Center, and he will be a moderator of the Inclusion 360 from training up to work. It's my pleasure to start our work, and I hope that you had a good coffee break, and you will have this possibility to eat more later. We will discuss inclusion 360 degrees. I believe we have many people who would like to contribute to this discussion. It's my pleasure to invite Ms. Nataliia Turkanek from HRD Schroeder LLC. We are happy to see you. Also, I'm happy to welcome Ms. Tetiana Pashkina, manager, HR manager from Silpo Food, Ms. Angela Popovich, recruitment head from Agro MHP, Ms. Arna Arnaut, senior expert on work with private partners from IDAP project, and Ms. Iryna Martin, deputy principal of the High Vocational Training College number 29, Trans Service 1. The only one comment before we start. Also, I would like to thank you to another group of people who had become our traditional recipients. I would like to thank you to our regional advisors. They actually are mentors. These are our experts from the regional chambers of commerce, from Chernihiv, from Dnipro, from Odessa, from Lviv HR Association, many representatives from educational institutions who are our regional advisors. I would like to thank you to all our regional advisors in the region. So speaking about inclusion, my question goes to entrepreneurs, to HR managers. Which inclusive practices in your companies had shown the best results, best outcomes, based on your implemented projects? Um, uh, good afternoon. We have heard many words of Thanksgiving, and I would like to thank you once again. This is very useful event because we are undergoing transformation process right now, and without proper transformation, we won't be able to adapt to the current situation. The best practices. All that started back in 2023 when our first mobilized veteran had come back from the contact line. We immediately understood that not having combat experience ourselves, it was very difficult for us to understand him. So we understood that we had to organize training for heads of units how to communicate correctly. Later, we had seen bigger numbers of veterans and started to build up practices of their integration. Actually, we have the whole strategy, the whole procedure employing veterans. As of now, we have 35 veterans, and 23 out of them were employed this year. One of the elements of veterans integration, this is first training. The second is to tailor-made the vacancies for the veterans, to tailor-made the positions, offered positions for the veterans, because quite often veterans they have very specific health restrictions, health limitations. Some veterans cannot come back to positions which they occupied before the army, and we try to offer them something which is more acceptable to them, and we try to offer more demanding vacancies to those who are more physically fit and less demanding, physically demanding positions to those who come back without proper condition of health. And that big number of veterans whom I mentioned just several minutes ago, these are new employees. At some moment, we understood that we have to tackle prejudice. Prejudice exists everywhere, and it is quite useful to identify our own prejudices and to tackle that practices. So that special training aimed at prejudice resulted in a new approach that we developed, and that allowed us to offer better work with the veterans. And last week, a veteran with amputation of his legs 5 times asked me during telephone call, "Are you sure you want to employ me?" And I assured him 5 times, "Yes, we are ready to employ you." And this shows the direction in which both training institutions and training institutions should work. What it is, how it is in Odessa. I was happy to hear this best practice. We work with all the vulnerable categories, with young people, with veterans, and veterans are very flexible. They are rather successful in work with people about IDPs. They are very tactile people, so to say. They work in a supermarket and they communicate with the customers very warmly. Also, we had good experience with veteran, and I asked that veteran, do you like your job place? He said yes. And when I asked why you have chosen our company, and he said, you know, all the companies rejected me while you accepted me, and now he works as a guard in one of our supermarkets. Also, we uh, offer some positions in our so-called staff reserve, which is a reserve pool for filling in the vacancies when our employees they are promoted. Do you agree with the statement that this war has highlighted more human approach to people? I fully agree with you. We had established HR community, even an HR sector, which came together for this project, HR Boost, and I am very happy about this community where we can communicate. Listening to my colleagues, I understood that I fully agree with them. I agree with Galina, who said we feel ourselves like a group of anonymous alcoholics who come together and share experiences. It's very helpful to see people who have similar problems. Speaking about MHP, I do not know what else we can offer to veterans. We have a service of psychologists who organize trainings for middle-level personnel, how to communicate with the veterans to make this communication non-harmful for them. We have a big community of veterans, veterans of our own employees who had come back after frontline. Also, we have a community of newly accepted veterans. We have veterans with amputations, and we at first we were very much concerned whether that person would be able to comply with labor safety standards, and eventually we offered him a vacancy of a driver, and he managed to get all necessary medical certificates, and each week he telephoned to us and kept asking, are you waiting for me, are you waiting for me? And he was unable to believe. sometimes we will helpless when we cannot uh, accept back a veteran, even our own tractor driver, but with amputation, and we start to look for a vacancy for such a person because tractor driver in line with labor safety rules cannot be without leg, and mm, we we work hard trying to enroll our previous employees who are now veterans, and we work hard trying to keep young man. Within last month, we have lost more than 125 young men who left the country, and these were welders, tractor drivers, mechanic workers, etc. And unfortunately, at the moment when the government allowed young people to leave the country, they so that more than 100 left immediately, but two of them tried to employ abroad and had come back. Uh, and now, new story. We started to work with 16 and 17-year-old teenagers. And there is a huge list of positions and vacancies into which we cannot fill these young teenagers. We need welders, we need drivers, we need tractor drivers, but of course, teenagers cannot fill in these vacancies. Even if they have driver's licenses, they cannot be tractor drivers by the age of 18. So what do? We bring them and put next to a tractor driver, and they learn how to drive a tractor, how to drive another agriculture machines, because what we understood that if you have missed any vocational training, if you missed any vocational training school in September, then it's useless to try to get graduates from this vocational school till next September. And when we want to fill in the vacancy between September and September, we have to find teenagers. Our work with women, we have special program for women. We have young women who work in purely male vacancies. We had seen Khmelnytsky tram drivers. We have female tractor drivers. We have female operators of cargo loaders. We offer an alternative to women. We enroll two women into one male position. because we have a lot of male vacancies which are empty because of mobilization. The second is an escape of young men. Uh, and the third reason is that there are a lot of people who flee from military service, and they try to hide from the law enforcement bodies. That's why we cannot employ them officially. That's why we have big problem with employment with labor force. Thank you, Angela. And as you have noticed, we have representatives from the ministry, from vocational training, because we understand that there should be a synergy, and that's why we have Anna Arnaud, who represents Swiss-Ukrainian project EdUp. What is your vision? And what can you offer to companies as a project? About, do you want me to speak on the changes, on the changes, on your vision? I'll try to speak. I'll try to speak briefly because I understand that the clock ticks. And a couple of weeks ago, I attended a workshop, HR workshop in Lviv, and at that workshop, a lady who brings together veterans and businesses. She said, these are not veterans who have to adapt. This is society which has to adapt to the veterans, and employers have to adapt to veterans. We should understand that we have very diverse clients. Veterans are very different. They may have amputations, they may have trauma, they may have psychological traumas, or we also have women, we have IDPs, etc. We should not ignore this diversity of needs, and we need to hear all that categories of people. And today in this room, I see a big group of people who are deeply interested in introducing changes. In the EdUp project, I am responsible for cooperation with businesses. And my experience of communication with a company leaders, I understood that unless a leader of a company is ready to start changes himself or herself, the changes would not happen. So it's our own choice to be included in all the process. Let's take adaptation of women. Adaptation of women to male professions. What does it mean? What does it mean, male profession? I myself have my own toolkit, designed for woodworks. And actually, we should put aside that internal boundaries, internal limits which exist in our heads and prevent us from further development. We should not invent new boundaries and new limits. Try to ask a question. Try to ask a person what a person needs, and try not to invent. Uh, uh, in my opinion, a big ground at which you can build up sustainable communication. These are local communities. You are quite right. All the groups of people living in the same territory, that is local community, should be involved into eliminating the boundaries. And we have a good example, good practice. Iryna, will you describe your cooperation with business? This is Vocational School number 29 from Lviv.
Let me share a bit of our experience. Iryna Shumik has mentioned already the importance for us to change fast. And yes, we also face the brain drain when students leave for abroad, and together with businesses we need to be able to motivate them to foster the better understanding. We probably have to work on them together with communities, starting from grade 6 maybe at school. We need to be able to profile them, to tell them where they may find later employment. Because it can happen overnight when you get a call next morning from a student, please send my document, I'm already abroad. Now, we do have career development centers. I also am engaged there. And we have some interested cases. We have a nice experience with a trans service company. We started doing company tours. We then had memorandums on cooperation, and it eventually evolved into a deeper collaboration. And now, in the scope of the project, we won a grant competition to work on a joint training program to provide some short-time training also for adults. It's called eco driving, and we have this idea of involving creative teams from businesses as well. We call it truck driver school. And I think that we are able to provide theoretical training. We are licensed. We have qualification centers to provide them with state level certification documents. And Trans company can provide opportunities of internships and also for vet school teachers. And this truck driver school also led to us opening a core training course on truck driver operators. We've started working on measures to expand the consciousness of our students, talking about climate and environmental considerations, social responsibility, and this adds value to their training. It also allows us modernizing our curricula, and Trans company representatives are involved in our trainings. Their able to train our students in a more professional way. They even give them certain training in private enterprise development. We are discussing with them further internship opportunities, and I think that way, by updating and reviewing our curricula, by providing new opportunities of adult training, we become even more useful. For the past 2 years, when we started our Career Development Center, we are building what we call the wall of partners. More and more logos emerging there to tell about partner relationship we have in terms of internships, company tours, joint training programs. And yes, it was correctly mentioned today that probably training institutions should be visited in September. I would suggest that even summertime could be suitable for that. We are partners in two Lviv Oblast clusters, the one on logistics and the one on IT, and we increasingly hear about relevant practices, business making models. We look actively into other partners to get in contact with, and definitely it should be done rather sooner than later. Not that definitely in December when everyone is deep into the academic training year. And together with civic society organizations, we can cooperate. Like we had this Unbroken Training Center on micro qualifications. We can participate as trainers, advisors, mentors. We designed a curriculum for them. We provided them with some equipment. And this improves one's chances of getting retrained. Thank you, Iryna. We are out of our time indeed, but my task was to bring to the limelight the participants that can be interesting for others. You know, in business, a reliable partner is everything, and I hope this will be this in this case as well. Could you comment, Nataliia, on the other side of this project? The rest will be discussed during the networking time. Hi, everyone. I represent Transservice One Company, HRD. I was the regional advisor to the project, and I thank you for having me today. Just to comment on Iryna's comment. We have multiple years of cooperation with this college. We would offer practical training for guys starting from 16 years. They were able to check different parts of the company, technical servicing parts, and so on. And they were able somehow, to define areas in which they would be interested the most. We have some shortages in the company, predominantly drivers. But on the other hand, people get older, and we have more and more people drafted to the army. Plus, we have veterans. By the way, no one from us who went on the front line has ever returned. I have a big problem with long-range lorry drivers. We need to find people, we need to train them, and guys undergoing training can get initial driver qualification B level, and then they can be upgraded, retrained to get C and E categories. We also crafted a possibility for those working at car technician to get into the driver training and get relevant training. We also counsel them. We actively help them with practical advice, and this already leads to some serious results. We have fuel saving, for example. We have better chances of automation. We have less repair time for our vehicle, and actually we provide like after action review for our trainees, and that way we provide follow-up support, and they are being advised on their driving habits even off training hours. Thank you. Uh, Now on you, over to you, Tetiana. I thought I would be getting the mic back, but it never happened. Actually, my staff members, my colleagues, they are champions indeed in many respects. In my company, we provided free of charge advice and counseling, particularly for veterans and their families. And these opportunities practically limitless indeed. They can be advised as much as they need. We try maintaining contact with those drafted to the army. We provide them with legal assistance and counseling. There are examples of us using our legal counsels to help our staff members. We have hotline, and every day request already is been seen by our experts and is been processed by them. We provide our guys on the front line with nice gifts, holiday gifts, something tasty to treat, and so on. And these are really nice things. We see that this leaves guys motivated, smiling, willing to go further. They themselves are stimulus for all of us to move ahead because they promote new ideas. Thank you. Big round of applause to our friends. And as I'm to pass the mic over to my colleague, dear colleagues, if anyone is interested in practices of collaboration with web schools, please find me or my friend Christine. This is what we are doing in the project supporting businesses and vet schools. Thank you. Thank you. We thank you, Yuri. We thank all of the panel participants, and probably we are going to have another family photo, right? Okay. Okay, from inclusivity and related practices to modern time requirements, the agenda for HR management in the coming years, distance employment, preservation of intellectual capacity of Ukraine, and surely AI and digitization of HR. Please welcome Nataliia Vladykina, Human Resource Director as Engineering Odessa Oblast. She will be telling us about ways to preserve the HR potential in Ukraine at the time of war, remote employment opportunities. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Glad to be a part and parcel of this community. Thanks to event coordinators for getting us together here to share experience. And sharing experience is what I'm going to do. We'll be telling you more about how we employ our engineers, how we've been doing that since the start of the war. Some months into the war, into the full-scale invasion, the top management and me decided that in order to see relevant and very necessary changes in the ways of our work with our engineers, we risk losing everything. We risk losing them as intellectual people in Ukraine. We risk losing our company. We risk losing the whole generation of it. A couple of words about us. C Engineering, 100% Ukrainian companies. We will be 19 in a matter of months. More than 300 employees, most of them engineers. 2 production facilities in Odessa, Ukraine, and Gliwice, Poland. Even before the war, our company had a lot of customers, about half of them in Ukraine, and roughly the same number abroad. We are working with some 18 countries across the world. What we've been doing for you to understand why the topic is so relevant for us. We are really intellectually intensive company. We deal with different automation processes. We have lots of researchers working with us. We have a huge R&D department, more than 30 patents under our belt. We have worked on Senumark and Senuvol technologies. These are the systems to automate grain handling technologies, and together with Siemens we work on Semicon and Simaven technologies. Well, since the onslaught of the war, we faced a huge of personnel problems. Again, we are in Odessa, and this is not a city of technical nerds and engineers, despite us even having some universities of technical spectrum. Before that, we had some people from the east of Ukraine come into Odessa, to our region, people with technological and engineering backgrounds, and with the start of the war, the situation became more acute, and we felt understaffing. We tried hiring them in other cities, every time facing problems people, because potential candidates had no necessary skills and experience to successfully work in our company. That led to some solutions. First of all, we drastically changed the underlying principles to see candidates, to select them. Before war, we had an office in Kharkiv. We closed down the office since the start of the war. And people in Kharkiv would undergo some standard selection procedures. They had to go on interviews, tests, and so on in Odessa. So everything was like ultimately offline. In the first days of the war, we had a shelling just nearby our production facility with some slight damage to our premises. The owner was really scared, and people were promptly sent to their homes to work remotely. We also provided some underground shelter facilities for those who had to attend office. Now, the problem was that candidates no longer could go to Odessa to participate in this selection process. And ultimately, we changed the employment system in favor of a remote one. Everything from interviews to technical assignments were transferred into a distance format. We focused on candidates, former employees of plants that had ceased to exist, say, in the east of Ukraine, or that were put on hold because of this wartime situation. We had candidates who had to relocate to other cities in Ukraine, who had to leave the country, and we tried to tailor our approach to every candidate. The long-listed candidates underwent training on our products, and then we worked to find suitable working hours with them, to have some schedules, because there were candidates who were only able to work nights in underground shelters. We provided them with connectivity and power opportunities. That led to some organization changes, no big changes in communication, because engineers are people that tend not to get together physically. They only talk to each other when and if necessary, in a distance format if possible, so it was not a problem for us to move everyone online. We even introduced coffee meetings online to help people maintain their contacts. We amended our training materials and curricula with Google-based libraries to ensure they can go on with training. And as regards control and monitoring measures, so all of the staff members not posted to Odessa, they work remotely through dedicated servers, and we have a RIKE system to monitor and control the activity, the working hours. You can get like timesheets through this program. And this is our standard career development plan for each engineer position. Before the war, we would look for people to fill in the first two levels, junior engineer or engineer. With remote opportunities, we suddenly started getting more and more candidates with higher levels. From that, we had to use tailored approach. We would individually address candidates with their capacities, needs. We would suggest them completely different salary range with some higher starting salary, and that was predominantly in 2022-23 people who had to stop temporarily their employment elsewhere. 2 months after, we would reevaluate them to finally assign them to the position they fit the most. So changes in the company since. In early 2022, we had 192 employees. Now we have more than 300 of them. Before we would have offices in Odessa and Kharkiv, now we have them in Odessa and Gliwice. And a couple of comments here. When we were opening our offices in Poland, we were very clear with our employees that this is a production facility that we have. There is a list of openings there, and we will absolutely tolerate not the situation when people use this employment only to leave the country. We had all sorts of professionals, from metal makers, machine operators, to equipment designers, and so on. We created everything to retain people at the company. As of today, 75% of our staff work either completely online or in a hybrid format. So the people we employed at the beginning of the war, I'd say probably 10% of them were to Odessa at some point. Most of them never been to Odessa. Still, we have lots of online events, corporate events, the ones to promote in-company corporate culture and so on. For this time, the engineers, particularly IDP engineers, amounted to some 40 people from currently temporarily occupied territories. Of them, only 8 young professionals, the majority of them being people with previous experience that had to undergo retraining. 8 of them have become either lead engineers or managers. We also recruited some 10 engineers while already in Poland. We actively work with students studying here or abroad. We invite them on internships with subsequent employment. I think you know how professional and intellectually savvy our people are. We want them to continue working for the benefit of our country, our economy. We want them to remain happy with a clear prospect of building the development path. I do hope everything will be Ukraine. Thank you so much. Thank you, Natalia. Wonderful story of flexibility to preserve the intellectual capacity of Ukraine. Now, please welcome Iryna Hnotova, co-founder of the AI School and AI Consult, and her peer Oleksii Petrov. AI Consult. Sorry, I seem to have missed everything. Sorry, it's... yeah, I've been called different names, so it's okay. I'm still Oleksii, not Alexander, but okay. Yeah, you were even named Charles at some point. Yeah, that was the case. Now, hi everyone, nice to see you. I have this impression that most of you I somehow know from online communication. Maybe voices, in 3 past years. And actually the topic of AI is by far not finished yet. On the contrary, it has only started to develop, and nice to see that it is being given attention here. So, about the topic of today. Yes, hello friends. We were already told about the great number of people who had trained with us. Please do it. Please continue. We've been working with AI topics for 3 years, and us being HRs with huge experience, we look at AI options for HR purposes. How to improve performance, how to better include AI in the processes. I think we've visited practically every company in Ukraine with these topics, and we had a chance to talk to various HR managers. So why the topic is now? It's our deep conviction that this has become already part and parcel of our life. And like we had calculators, smartphones at some point, it's not a matter of you liking or disliking it. This is the thing that comes into your life. So, yeah. Either you will be using the AI or it will be using you. It's you or them. And increasingly they say that more than 80% of information we get from the internet is now being made with AI. Even more than that, when it comes to advertising, when it comes to recreational content and so on. We need to know more how this all works, how it can be used for our own benefit, how to not fall into the trap of malignant AI implementations and so on. And just a brief remark about the evolution of our perceptions of AI in our and other societies. We had a talk on that with multiple researchers. We looked into even more researchers. And we can tell you that there are people who completely distrust the AI. They say this is not cool, this is shit. I tried asking it about the life on Mars, and it didn't provide me with anything valuable. Others would rather say this is something magical, able to deal with practically every your desire. I think both extremes are equally concerning. What I would tend to agree on that AI is already an inalienable part of our life, and the longer we take to master it, the longer we will be trailing behind others. A blind trust and faith into AI, like LLMs, attempts to use it as a personal doctor or lawyer. Some would even marry an AI implementation. This is also hardly a good trend to follow, and I think you need to know more. So ChatGPT is not a friend of yours. It's just an attempt to generate words based on your query. If you understand that, you will somehow shift your to positive expectations. So this is a visualization I suggest every time I'm asked about HR aspects of AI implementation. If you don't see anything strange with it, look closer. You will see a third hand that helps one being an HR management, but also offering an extra opportunity of doing something on top of what you already are able to. At the beginning of our work with AI, we asked it about prospects of losing certain occupations, and it was some years ago. The percentages didn't change. They haven't changed at all practically since that first inquiry, so do not fret about it. Do not feel that you are going to be made redundant by the AI. I think we should rather be wary of people who might use AI functionality to get rid of you. Yes, we mentioned calculator. And yes, this is something that brings nightmares in me because now we do practically the same. We use same calculator and then grab the result to put it in our Excel spreadsheet to then print it out and send it gathering dust to a shelf. Now, I think we are going to look into some research data to see which ways of AI use may be of interest. But before we go to this serious research, I'd like to ask you, do you know the most widespread things people have been doing using AI? No, this is not for self-treatment purpose. Have you been at our previous meetings with other companies? Yeah, no, well, people try doing that, but most of the time they're happy that it all ended well. Now, seriously, they have mail exchange, correspondence exchange using AI. Yes, if you want to congratulate someone, if you want to put some meme there, you can just ask ChatGPT to do that. Who of you is using AI? Please keep your hands. Do you have at least one paid service? Does anyone of you has an AI enablement policy in the company of yours? Well, I'd like to join you. This is something about how we are using the AI. The majority of us think that as of today the AI's potential is done.
How do you call them? Is it correct to call the apps that we use in our everyday work and which we use in our everyday work? Is it correct? Collect chat GPT and artificial intelligence. ChatGPT is one of the tools of artificial intelligence. ChatGPT does not constitute the whole artificial intelligence. This is a big language model, which is part of artificial intelligence. Where we are now, we started to get into the artificial intelligence in 2022. I mean, humankind in general. Although artificial intelligence for the first time appeared in 1947. You might remember that in the end of 2022, ChatGPT appeared, and we started to introduce it to our everyday work. And now the experts say that not only language models, but in general, artificial intelligence keeps very speed pace in its development, and that is even more quick than the search engines had been developing. Uh, of course, we start from personal efficient with AI. We start with personal efficiency from writing letters, and gradually we learn new functions. And start thinking how we can apply it to our HR problems. Mm, and start asking ourselves where we can use this artificial intelligence. And spoiler for you, we can use it everywhere. This is big statistics and conclusions. When we think about first appearance of AI in 2022, and try to measure this in terms of artificial intelligence, we find out that these are countless iterations. As of June 2025, you see how many companies used the artificial intelligence, and you can see dynamics here in January, in July, and now 61% of companies in the world use artificial intelligence. What percentage of companies in Ukraine do use 32% of Ukrainian companies use artificial intelligence. You can see the dynamics from 19% to 2022 to 2025, 61%. This is a growing dynamic of percentage using artificial intelligence. How do they use this artificial intelligence? What for do they use it? So the very natural question is, what if my work is done by artificial intelligence and the second question is the generating artificial intelligence generates nothing actually. Generation appears, generation happens when it selects answers to the question that you had generated, that you had created. So the question is how creatively you ask the question. So the companies liberate time for communication, for creativity, etc. Last Thursday, I had a situation when there was a conflict between CEO and one of the top managers. If there is a conflict, each person tries to prove that he or she is correct. So what did CEO did in that situation. It asked a question to ChatGPT. So this teaches us that you have to communicate with people while put your mundane problems on ChatGPT. Look at these figures. Uh, Quite often there I hear a question how HR could use artificial intelligence in their everyday work. And people keep asking, HR, it's about humanity, it's about human approach, it's about communication. While in carrying out our routine work, we lose this possibility to work with people directly because we are overloaded with presentations, our operational tasks, computer tasks. So AI allows us to not to be distracted with this purely technical routine operations, and thus find more time for communication with people. Look at these figures. Our country is unique. These are key data about AI in Ukraine. We work in a situation of crisis of the human capital, and quite often HR specialists, they are drivers of changes in their companies, and due to that reasons, in many companies these are HR specialists who introduce artificial intelligence into the company work. That's why I encourage you to do that. All the novelties that require to be introduced in our lives, for me, they are based on figures. Look at this selected statistics, the level of AI use for personal efficiency. What does it mean? We continue to simplify our life. How many people continue to speak to their smartphones from now you can communicate with ChatGPT via speech. This year we had a conference dedicated to AI, and Ira demonstrated how voice queries could be used in ChatGPT. How do you think what for do people use artificial intelligence in everyday life or in their professional work? In in everyday life. So people ask many questions where to go, what to cook, etc. So 71% of questions is about the quality of life and professional growth, and a bigger part of regular documents, mundane documents, like templates, then samples of then lack of budget is seen as the main obstacle for the use of artificial intelligence. And this brings us back to the question, how do you use it, and whether it is beneficial to pay for it. If you simply use it for writing postcards and letters, then $22 per month is a bit more expensive. And then we may decide, well, without additional financial resources, I'm unable to use it. Motivation of HR, cut down the routine operations. A major task of AI application today is to cut down the routine work. And the third is differentiation of the AI roles. Who will be a driver of AI introduction, AI application, and we found out that as of today, HR are the drivers of AI. So after we had introduced AI into our everyday work, technical specialists had to agree with the operation that we had developed. So major conclusions: HR in Ukraine have been testing AI proactively but non-systematically. Why? Because you do not know a huge potential of AI that you could use. Absolutely, all the functions of all the HR functions could be simplified with the AI. Quite often I hear a question, what to start with, creating contest, visualization, or audio, video, communication, actually trainings and communication. Also, AI could be successfully applied in analytics. You may also use not only ChatGPT, but also Quad, etc. That is, we can delegate analytic functions to ChatGPT. When it comes to recruiting, how to search for candidates with application of AI. These tools are not numerous, but still AI may remove some routine operations and help you in selection of candidates. So when we think about generating the content, analytics, routine operations, and selection of some standardized CVs, AI can help us. The biggest problem is that we are unable to use a thing if we do not understand it. And the key barriers in application of AI is our cultural fear against unknown things. We are afraid of becoming not needed. Actually, the whole human history had seen the optimization of human resources, and that is what happened in call centers when they first fired all the employees and then hired them back. Some years ago, we had seen a request for scaling up of house, and if you introduce AI in-house, and then you will have a house with AI. And the third part of this equation is quality of data. That is what the IT specialists sometimes say in their jargon. Shit in, shit out. That means that if input is of low quality, then output is of the same low quality. And much later, people find out that that artificial AI or ChatGPT knows things which the system should not know. So you need to remember that the systems learn from all the social networks, and it results in a situation when ChatGPT knows much more about me than my own spouse, and so culture, standardization of processes, and quality of data, these are major pillars from which the AI use depends very much. And another important thing is ethics of the AI use in AI. Before introducing AI broadly in your company, think carefully about the ethics code, how all the data should be used, how the advisors of AI should be used in making managerial decisions. When the copyright, how it is used. If we use AI, then people in the company should be broadly informed about that.
Candidates should know that if you're using AI to analyze their CVs, in no way should you be able to use any confidential information related to company or personal data of your candidates, customers, so on. You cannot use identifiable data like addresses, IP addresses, individual IDs, and so on, because the open models that we use, ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, and so on, they are no guarantee of confidentiality, and some leaks have been already reported. If your model working with data is a closed one, this could be another story. Then you will have limitations in access for individual employees, but at any case, it will not change anything related to ethics. At the moment, we don't have any legislative regulations on that. We only have some recommendations with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. We did cooperate with them to design ethical rules for HR. But again, we will need to create legislation ourselves, because from what we see of AI being used by individual employees inside companies, it can be shivers actually down your spine, and company manager may have no clue as to what kind of information has been used by the employee and what the aftermath might be. So please train your employees, warn them about limitations, things to be done or not done. Yes, data safety considerations are always a priority, and Iryna partially mentioned that. So first of all, only put in the system something that you realistically need to get an answer about. Then never ever ever provide data of your customers, potential employees, candidates, so on. Never feed it to the system. Such information has to be changed. You may simply change some symbols or characters to ensure there won't be any matches in the system. Not to say that your competitors might necessarily get to know something of importance for you right tomorrow, but the AI systems know how to learn from the information provided by the users, and this may be part of the system taken as a general benchmark. So from here, this advice: never feed the original sensitive raw data into the system. Think twice before using that information. The best way of dealing with it is to design and implement some sort of internal house rules, policies, because inadvertent use of AI without proper knowledge of it may lead to some really abysmal results. When you have some internal procedures, at the very least it is understood as to who's able to use and why and in which way this AI can be used. And dear friends, just to add to the previous topic, please always verify the answers you get, because the ultimate responsibility is still with the operator. As an officer, as an employee, so if you try telling that that was the result of AI's advice, it won't help you anyhow. And yes, everything is going fast in our country. We are unique also in terms of AI implementation patterns and speeds. We are having strong positions in Europe per number of AI related startups. The rate of AI implementation in our company is high, and we are uniquely positioned to use it for education purposes, because we actively look for ways to improve our education opportunities. We have a rather inclusive labor market, and we do believe that it will be accessible to everyone, also in spite of AI use. We ourselves create a lot of programs also for veterans, for individuals seeking reskilling opportunities. So this will be the topic that will be actively developed. And those who are yet to start or who may have started just a short time ago, our talk is a way that we suggest. So if you have no knowledge of AI, so what do you need to do? First of all, ask the AI itself. If you have no clue as to what to do with it, just ask it. There can be some practical implementations, like if you have some processes or some well understood concoction of processes that you need to follow, you can use it. Say what kind of language models can be used in my production processes, for example. So some early points can be of use already now. Second part, education or related programs. Oftentimes we hear something about AI from different people. There was a nice question, by the way, today. Is ChatGPT an AI implementation? Many people, indeed, they find it hard to understand what is it about and how it can work also in curricula for education purposes. Ultimately, it's about simplifying some routines, some daily routines. And yes, AI-enabled agents may well substitute some operators. As of today, based on AI-enabled browsers, question of where can I get the cheapest price or something like that. Many things like that are already made redundant. You can go to Rosetka website. Just a simple request will provide you with strong answers without any need for you to write down some requirements using filters and so on. Another thing is security considerations. Your passwords, your login information, your personal identifiable data, these are all potentially at risk, and you need to be mindful of it. So there should be some sort of internal procedure set in place for that. And yes, it's already a competence that is long overdue. This is true. This is that's a real thing. So start small. Thank you. Questions from the room, please. I have a question. When a candidate going on an interview is being advised that the interview will be videotaped, video recorded, and subsequently analyzed by a given AI-enabled platform to decide whether this candidate is suitable or not. Does it not endanger the human aspect, human factor of it? Well, Ira may tell you in more depth. I will provide you with a brief answer. First of all, look for certain things that you pay attention to. The system is as dumb or as wise based on the queries you make. Say, I would not say that it would be correct to tell a candidate that your bid has been or was assessed using AI functionality. It would be more correct to say that AI was used or is going to be used in comprehensive assessment. If you have a video recorded and then upload it to ChatGPT to analyze, maybe some other program will be used. Surely it's not the best way. If you have a model and implementation trained on a huge number of personalized parameters to properly assess candidates, and I don't quite remember any substantial development here. So yes, if this is the case, then the candidate has to be advised on that. And yeah, a candidate, whenever you do something using AI, say an employee, you need to understand that if your candidate, your employee is not happy with what you've done using the AI, she may be able to appeal against your decision, requiring human interaction. Okay, from your pep talk, we understood that everyone already needs using AI functionality. We are trying to do it. And now my question is, do you think it's better to use AI that is fee-based? How it is different from the free version? Well, if you ask more than 6 times within a given time, say the ChatGPT will say that, okay, you've reached the limits of your free answers, please buy the version. So to think of a paid or a free version, you need first to understand what kind of services you are or will be interested in. From my practice, 2 services is necessary, and that's it. Midjourney and ChatGPT. Because this presentation, its visuals, were made using these 2 services. I think this is quite enough. You were asking about the paid. Well, there's no free version of Midjourney. For ChatGPT, it's about the number of questions and certain functionality. Not all of the extensions are available in free version. And potentially security considerations are there as well, because paid versions may be more secure. Well, it is not allowed in the US to use any AI functionality in an anonymous way. You have to have your account opened. In terms of the quality of use, it's just an expansion of something you can use, something you can do. If I would be put in a position of choosing free or paid version, I think at least one account should be paid. And quality of answers as well. Because LLMs save on tokens when responding to you, and the depth of the response will be different. Okay, the last question. For quite some time, I've been using a specific individual account with a card tied to it, no personally identifiable information. how to convince my management that rather than paying for it myself as a private user, a company could do it, offering a corporate subscription. You know, until you're able to train your financial officers in using a functionality, you won't be able to convince. You say with Teams, you can have buy a subscription, $35 for 5 workplaces. But this is a month. Okay, the very last question. How the paid version is different from the free one? Well, first and foremost, never use personal identifiable data there. In paid version, in free version, when it comes to data protection, any language model is enterprise version of it. That is for corporate users. If we talk about something which can be used to safely work on data, well, Microsoft Copilot is the best. Or maybe AI Enterprise. Thank you, Oleksii, Iryna. So the eternal question of should we be afraid or rather not be afraid of AI, we have these two agents of change that you should better address your questions to. Well, thank you for helping us for upgrading our knowledge. What is clear from here, changes in the technology may only be possible when the whole company is ready and when we work with employees, effectively explaining them security, ethic, and related considerations. And we go on to the topic that identifies the quality of every process. Nothing is happening without them. And this is HR. Please welcome Olha Prokhorenko. She will be talking about the new role of HR from support to partnership and leadership. Quite an unexpected new experience for me. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I will be continuing where Oleksii and Iryna stopped. Potentially, maybe I will be talking some different topics. But the role of the HR is such that we cannot go past modern trends pretending we have not noticed them. We will have to. I will start with discussing trends, and there will be rather a wide baseline framework for us to discuss. Let us look into the current picture. Based on the current situation the country is in, the demographic crisis is a painful and multifaceted factor. I won't be disclosing anything new to you. I think you yourselves know a lot of data. The demographic issues, the demographic crisis is a phenomenon well known around the whole world, which only works for worse for us. We have lots of age groups, cohorts, and we can see that in various companies. There's an interesting trend related to the people of age, or they call silver group. Not sure this sounds entirely correct. It still remains a question as to whether it will uh, get hold here in Ukraine. There are still questions to ask here. But on the other hand, we have a deficit of workforce and huge variety in ratios, in cohorts based on each individual region and its location. The outflow workforce, again, this is hardly a new trend. It's a problem potentially in itself. A huge question remains as to how to bring people back. There are attempts with several legislative initiatives, but you also know that the more pressure you exert on some structure, on somebody, the worse the results will be. Ukrainians have been quite instrumental in bypassing all the regulatory constraints, you know, that's. And yeah, the human capital in Ukraine, we have at least 4 potential contractors for them: private sector, the public sector, the army, and the internationals, the international companies. Some might say, yes, we also have the third sector organizations, and this is it. So this is the human capital that everyone's competing for. And one has to do something about it. Not every time we see that the fight is a success, and yeah, we have even
I am not sure whether whether any of you had experience with foreign citizens who are employed here in Ukraine, but one of my colleagues recently had shared that involvement of foreign citizens to work into Ukrainian companies is not that easy, and the fourth is to join in some sectors which are becoming more topical, like Miltech. Quite recently, it was easy to shift to Miltech from IT, but now it had become more difficult. Actually, these are all trends, not from this year. This is the trend which had developed during the latest several years. And what we had said during the previous presentation about AI is once is true about the multiple aspects, how AI could be used, and then conventional death or transformation of competencies. All the competencies that we learned in our previous rounds of studies, they all become obsolete, outdated within several years, and we have to prepare our children to tomorrow's skills. And sometimes even your colleagues who have spent several years in the company developed some competencies, some algorithms, how to communicate with children. One day they find out that many of those competencies become obsolete. then today not the skills and gained competencies, but talents and gifts become more important in your individual trajectory. Human skills. This is a new term. I am not the author of this term. Human skills. These are the skills that could not be substituted with AI. We need human AI collaboration, and this actually reflects your capability to learn what is most needed at this very moment of time. Managing organization based on skills. This actually means that we should not fill in the vacancies. We should look at our strategic goals, at the mission of our organization, and understand clearly what skills will be needed in our organization, not just filling in the vacancies, but we should have clear idea about the skills that we want to see in our company, and select either those people who already have the skills or those who are able to master the skills, and thus we build up skills-based approach, and continuous learning and different types of careers in organization, personalized trajectories, and how to develop your neuroplasticity, how to how to gain new knowledge in short-term courses. Then quick aging of professions, and upskilling and gaining meta skills that we cannot just close the gap in labor market. We need to apply more creative approach. So the trends, the world becomes more and more introvertive and autonomous. That's why we transit to asynchronous work, remote first approach, and people want to incorporate their very personal approach. This creates challenges for management, and this is peculiar not only for Ukraine but for the entire world, because we should be in these global trends, because we want to keep up people. If we look at programs and projects which are being developed in HR communities, we clearly see that well-being takes more and more attention of the managers. Actually, this is a systemic work this is the basis of your organizational work. Quiet resignation. This is a sign that I am not okay. I stop working full scale with my full capacity. Personalization and inclusivity means that a general frame does not work as it used to work. The highlight of this conference is actually about inclusivity. Inclusivity means that each person is able to find what he or she wants in the space which is accessible, and the companies should be able to ensure this accessible space for everybody, and request for adaptive working conditions. This is a barrier-free space, asynchronicity, and regulated workloads, etc. Then respect to my culture, my people, etc. Then dynamic working ecosystems and network structures. This means actually that there are multiple structures with considerable flexibility. We will see flexible networks that will be network structure that will be united with mutual senses or mutual values. Then adaptive alliances. This will be the next trend. Many companies just declare that they are human-centristic, but they are not, and people try to test human centricity not just means that you have a psychologist in your company. This means that the company, what company can offer to you. A flexible working environment becomes a part of architecture of a business model. It is introduced into business model, which means that your functional responsibilities are designed with big flexibility, and then flexible and hybrid roles instead of fixed positions, and then human capacities, life capacitance, resistance versus resilience, anti-fragility, adaptive capacity, etc. All these mm, terms means that resilience means adaptive capacity and importance of a context which considerably influences your capacities and all other spheres. Um, Leadership and management profile of leadership, ability to look into the future, be human, and understand technologies. This requires a broad-minded approach, vision, ethics, and technological thinking. I'm very grateful to those my colleagues who mentioned ethics today in the context of artificial intelligence. Ethical leadership and as a basic standard. And when we discuss ethics and respect and there is interesting paradox. People want to have a strong leader, but not authoritarian leader. But it is difficult to balance these wishes, and today leaders face this difficult choice. So people want to escape responsibility, but on the other way, they want to want not to be pressed. When we discuss the HR roles.
Well, first and foremost, she should be a strategist. Everyone's willing to be a strategist. Everyone believes in that. We are working to develop strategic HR, and everything is about it. But in reality, HR can be different. More than just a strategist, she sometimes may not even need to be one, because not everyone can be a strategist and not everyone has to become one. Operational HR can also be quite okay. Still, a strategist, an autonomous strategist, there is someone who dictates the rules, if you will. When people say we don't know direction in which we're going, and it's for the HR manager to help them out, who may help them using a strategy, indispensable strategy of his. They should be carriers of the ethics of trust, protectors of mental health, integrators of flexible models, and so on. This list can go on based on the trends I've just described to you. Early this year, if someone heard it, I've been mentioning it from time to time, I had a brief survey about the roles assumed in different organizations. Not the one in the questionnaire, but rather those in the right part of the slide. Like a mouthpiece of organizational level interpreter of moods, like helping the management understand what people have in mind. It could be a keynote player, maybe not partner, but nevertheless. And you see percentages of respondents for that. So that was the questionnaire offered to both managers and HR managers, and 56% have expressed the role, the function of an HR management that she should have. 64% say that an HR management has to simply identify the vision with strategic objectives, just charting the bird's eye view of it. 32% say there is a shortage of strategic vision among HR management, so a clear disagreement between two positions, like wandering stars that can never reach each other. Today I saw a nice post from a colleague of mine, a strong coach in himself. He wrote of his expectations from HR managers, telling that not every time HR management is able to do what she thinks necessary. Now, couple of steps back to see into the evolution of the human relations management functionality. The whole notion of human capital has been in existence for quite some time, and an officer dealing with human capital, like traditional expression of HR functionality, it's a bit dated version of it because it dates back to like 90s of the past century, early noughties. Now, these days, we see this growing, there's a growing trend on like to replace the HR with HC. And I would warn against that because it doesn't change the function itself. Each abbreviation has something in itself, and you cannot simply replace these two abbreviations. There are companies working this HR paradigm, which is normal, completely normal. A human resource is still a good and valid notion. Not a problem, not a swear word at all. Quite normal situation. We are free to choose what we need. We are currently living the epoch of strategic partnership with HR managers, perform role of consultants and coaches. But on the other hand, we've never lived there. You won't see this fully implemented anywhere in the world, not just in Ukraine. So anyway, it's not a matter for us to say that no, we won't take that because it is not popular elsewhere. And well, we increasingly see that HI as human intellect and AI as artificial one will be redefining, redesigning the HR related roles. The AI is already him and us. I think everyone has had some sort of automated personal assistants doing some part of work for him, her. If you would care to see the number of people using it practically daily basis, if you would care to see how this affects the decisions making, how it affects something people ultimately say aloud, you are in for a shock. And you increasingly will see that there's this shadow AI practically with everyone, and it can be even a question who's done the most of the work. People tend not to verify things made by AI in spite of all the comments and advice on that. And now our beloved topic of the necessary succession of steps, of formats. If we check this all management phases, if we consider it as a sort of evolutionary path, we will see all the way we went through to go to HC. From the talent management, it never took roots in Ukraine because it wasn't completely clear in Ukraine as to what is meant there. For us, a talented guy is someone able to dance or maybe sing, and rather less related to one's skills. Meanwhile, human capital is something like a solid, a professional Bible you may have on the table. It sits with us better than with such creative things. People management didn't fly with us either. We still think of personnel management, about Soviet time experience, probably never seen anywhere in the world. So we've gone through people, human, tech management related matters, so we are all the way in the right part of it with HI and AI management things. And now as HRs, we need to be able to help organizations, individual people to develop in collaboration through synergies with proper use of innovations. I hope we are headed there. Probably we are already there. And this involves certain social domain and space. We see that these borders between one's social life and work will be raised even more. Gig economy and freelancers contributing to it. So it is my understanding that this is the way in which we are headed. And one other thing to repeat, companies may exist at different stages of development. There is no a single correct answer. So there can be all iterations of it, from traditional HR to HI, AI-related things. Some would be bothered with people management thing, which is an interesting story in itself. And because of the potentially lost in translation situation, we may be left with questions as to how we can handle it. These people, how we can control them, if we can at all. So there may not be correct answer. To put it short, you can be at whichever development stage, being quite happy with what you currently are. HR, HC, whatever. People management or team management, as I would rather say, is a managerial function, and this is just so. They say that the weakest HR management you can be found where managers know nothing about how to manage teams. Every CEO is a mirror image of an HR manager, so if you have fallen out of love with CEO, consider HR aspects of it. And same can be said, by the way, of financial officers and related positions and so on. Human capital management, talent management, and so on. These can only work in a robust well-formed cultures. If you're far from there but still want this name to be in use, then maybe it's a question. There's a question to you. So it definitely will take time for talent management. Some critical there's a critical need in people. For people management, strong teams are necessary. When we pretend to be managing people, but we have people who know little or if anything, and we just have individual stars trying to struggle through, it won't be about real people management, because it will be completely at odds with the team dynamic. This is a frame I like very much. I've co-authored that, and I do like HR managers to be more than just a function, to venture boldly into neighboring domains. And from here, this picture about an HR management who has and is able to be successful right now, not somewhere in the future. These are the conditions for us HR managers to become true partners of CEOs. There are 5 basic lines for us to focus on. People with culture, leadership, and practical working experience. All things like those we use, adaptation, recruiting, and so on. These are based on our understanding of people and our intention to see people with us. It's more than something posted on our web portal. It's about humans and their stories. Everything related to organization, strategy. Every HR management has to understand what strategy is, understand how it is different from strategic development plan, about the importance of having an approved strategy that one can live through and with. We need to have the strategy part, the brand part, an extremely important thing for HR managers, for them particularly, but also for the company, showing how it positions itself, how the employer's positioning works. Communication should be there because a reputation is related to it, and reputation is linked to culture. If you're looking into culture, you most of the time need to work with reputation, image, if you will. You may have nice results for culture, but your external image and its projection will be not on a par with it. And technology involves all sorts technical. So people strategies is rather a popular name. This frame had been designed back in 2021. I myself had to Google it, what people strategies is. Now you can go to Google to find tons of information. In LinkedIn, every 5th member calls him herself people strategies, whatever they mean under it. And a little provocative statement for it. The objective of HR management is to make the company in such a way that it won't ever need HR management as such. To say that if a company is robust and ripe enough, potentially it should have an HR manager able to create the strategy, the system, to assist the management of the company to transit all the way to a stage when no further management will be needed. And yes, to do that, you need to be leaders yourself, to help other leaders not to lose their leadership-related focus. So when I hear I don't have HR and I probably need it, if the company is a success story, then the clear answer is no, you no longer need HR. Вона путає піар і HR взагалі щось таке миле, блін, демон. And to continue with it, I'd like to refer to this research carried out by PricewaterhouseCoopers in 2015. Then in 2020, they had 3 types of colors. It's about multiple scenarios. On the one hand, there's no need in HR management. On the other hand, HR manager's function can be multifaceted or differ substantially based on what type of company you're in and what kind of business they have. We may develop in different directions, and there can be different scenarios, even all 4 of them, and the company may well fit in just one quadrant there. Out of these 4 scenarios, and HR management as a function, as a unit, you won't find them that's there because it is leaders who respond for HR management, HC management. The HR management is like an outsourcer helping the leadership in the company with its task. If the company is about people, if the company is about innovations, there are technologies like AI working on that, and an HR manager is someone partnering with technologies. If it's about company care, company's care of after its staff, then it's about human capital strategy, and related matters. And in our understanding, an HR manager will have to be the person in charge of the staff of the company and the whole society in a wider sense, because society also affects strongly organization internally.
And when we speak about the blue world, the corporations and the king here, you once again do not have a typical HR. You can call it anything in the company, and we do not know how all those 4 worlds will develop, how all those 4 worlds will be applied. In my opinion, I believe that corporations will gradually disappear. It doesn't mean that they will disappear quickly, but I mean that gradually all the organizations will step back from the structure of corporations. Because gradually employees will request for different working conditions, remote approach, etc. And eventually I would like to finish with a phrase which I like very much. I read it in one of the articles, Edwarda Sona. It says, since machines become better in or being machines, people have to become better in being humans, and this is not about our human nature. This is actually about broader context of understanding our human nature. Our perception of ourselves as humans in all our integrity in the context of society, in the context of a company, in the context of this world. And we hope that humanity will end up in our generation, and this will be not just our children with whom humanity will end up, that we should think about future generations and give them a chance to be born. There should be a philosophy of our overall lives. Thank you for this meaningful presentation. The world has been changing rapidly. HR role transforms all the time, and we have to develop a conductor into this new world. We are going to skip coffee break, and instead of that, let us look into the future. Which specialists do we lack, and what we have to develop as an HR community in a long-term perspective. I'm happy to invite Ms. Tetiana Pashkina with the presentation Quality and Quantity of Specialists in Labor Market as a Foundation for Sustainable Development. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, or better to say good evening. Well, I have a challenging task to withdraw you from your smartphones without a coffee. So the following 45 minutes, within half an hour, I will try to show you 70 slides, and I encourage you not to be distracted for your smartphone, but to look at these slides. During the last 12 years, I've been dealing with HR as practical HR, as career consultant, and I am able to understand what's going on, what the processes are going on both sides of labor market. Today we have 4 different components. How multiple are we? What we are, what can we do, and what we have to do with all that. The only valid information, this is census from 2001, where the official approved population of Ukraine is a bit more, is around 48.5 million, and 67% are rural, urban population, and 32% of urban population, and more than 80% of Ukrainians. And general analytics suggests that the best demographic situation were in 1993, and this was the peak of population numbers on the earth. And here you see the map of population spread for 1993. If you look at today's statistics, we will see that the best year was in 1991 when mortality was lesser than the birth rate, and despite a small growth of birth rates, we now experience a huge drop in birth rates. And of course, the presidents who try to stimulate people with different incentives, they cannot reach success because in urban communities, children cannot be seen as assistance to the family, like it was in rural communities, and in modern urban communities and in modern companies, women with children are seen as a burden. In 2019, Ukrainian government has carried out a quasi-census of the population and suggested that there was 37 million of population as of that time, and thus Ukraine has lost almost 10 million of population since 2001. I tried to compare different sources to understand the actual numbers of population, and it shows that Ukraine's population has been shrinking. I believe that this survey is more adequate. It suggests that as of 2024, we had around 31 million of people in Ukraine, and 40 million of Ukrainians in total. This is another piece of statistics. I would like to bring back all that missing people. Officially, we have 71,000 of missing people, and these are people about whom we have no information. Last year, we had 176,000 births and 300,000 deaths. And actually, this is around 150,000 people. This equals to one big oblast center. In the Dnipropetrovsk region, here, the density of population drops, and you can see these figures on the map. As Olga mentioned, this is actually the global trend. Birth rate is not growing in developed countries. Women are not eager to have between 4 and 5 kids in a family. Northern America has a bit better situation on the account of Spanish population. In China, they have a very grave situation because of the birth limiting policy, but actually we become a market, labor market for the countries where population is not enough, but wages are higher. UN demograph analysts predict that by the year 2049, Ukraine's population will drop considerably up to 15 million people. And we should clearly understand why this will happen. Not because the morbidity exceeds the birth rate. We also have a shorter lifespan. In Japan, when a lifespan or life expectation is much bigger, in Ukraine it is around 75, which is lesser than in other developed countries. So the prospects are when you look at these graphs. Now we have a situation when the broader part of population is between 35 and 40. But I do not expect that this category of population would be ready to give birth, and in some years we will have in a reproductive part of population much lesser part of Ukrainian population, and up to 2050 we will have the foundation of that graph, and the number of potential parents will drop considerably. And in this situation, 15 million in 2050 will be a good indicator. What influences this rapid drop in population? Let us imagine when we have a young guy of 22 years and he has a girlfriend. He won't live alone. He would live with a girlfriend. If there is a young guy of 18 years old, there could be a mom, and he wants to flee the country, then he will live with his mom. So this will increase the outflow of people from the country. If we look at January with the open borders, we see that the numbers are growing with each month, and employers indicate the increased numbers of young workers who skip their positions. So the vacancies are growing. Vacancies for 18, 20 years old, and the drop of potential candidates. Okay, we substitute senior candidates and we try to enroll women into these positions. And Thus, young people will continue to escape from the country. That orange color shows places where there were up to 10% of senior age people. If we compare the data from different periods, we see that only Asia preserves this optimistic orange color, but in 2100, the Asia will also become a continent of seniors, and actually, by the beginning of next century, there will be 60% of senior population on the Earth. And now we have 2 billion of people older than 60 years old. Further on in Europe, there will be 30% of over 60 years old, and then people of 80 years plus will grow 3 times by 2060. Well, you can employ 60 plus category. You cannot employ 80 plus category. That means that healthcare systems and all other care systems needs to be reformatted by 2050.
And we move on with some our numbers there. So McKinsey guys are quite instrumental to show us the number of people up to 30 years, which is a decreasing number. And here's the growth group 65 plus. So we have a strong trend with the people before 30 going smaller in numbers and 65 plus going bigger, and this is true for all the continents and all the developed countries from Japan, Germany, and to China are there included. So, and this is a long age trend that won't be it won't be possible to break with because of heavily entrenched trends we have. So respectively, we say that in 2023, 2025, it's a strongly downhill situation. My colleagues would mention 10 million of Ukrainian retirees versus the total number of residents, 30 million. So every third retiree. Given our sex age pyramid, the women are on the winning side, and in the majority of cases at the moment, 80 plus age is the end phase period. Many elderly people sometimes are compelled to continue working just to survive, but not many HR managers will say they got someone 80 plus recently employed. But we have an alternative source telling us that the average age of the Ukrainian citizen like 45. We had 39 in cities, 42 in villages among males at the COVID time, and a bit different but very similar situation with women. So at some point in 2070, the number of 60 plus residents will be over that 60 minus. What other negative trends we may face? Refugees, a large group of people called IDPs from different sources, 3 to 5 millions, I'm particularly concerned that in 4 years we have never learned how to work with this group properly. A sizable portion of them are either elderly people or kids and mothers with kids, not suitable to works 9 to 5 in offices. And yes, we need to be able to alleviate the situation to make them employable. The number of such people is growing, and more than 200,000 added to the IDP cohort this year already, and we need to be more systemic in this our work to see that we really have some people of economically active, employable age. Another alternative source says that we have even more IDPs, 4.67 million. And as regards Ukrainians that are still not in Ukraine but potentially might return. In July 2025, the official number of Ukrainians outside Ukraine was like 4.3 million. Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. In terms of prospects, if we remember labor migration, we'll see that the 3 countries with most vacancies open for the Ukrainians before COVID were Poland, Czech Republic, and Germany. To say that they have infrastructure that again will allow better assimilation, there's some knowledge of Ukrainian among the local employers and better chances for them to employ our guys. We also have some people going to Romania, and whenever we talk about the developments here, we see an increasing number of adult males leaving for abroad. On the question of will they return when the situation settles more or less, I have doubts about that, given that most of the people who left were from Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Donetsk. Given the location of our meeting today, I'm not sure that even in Kyiv the situation will be safe enough for them to return. And actually our refugees have reached the level of welfare, I would say, comparable with that they had before the war. So they had to leave their gyms, shops, etc. to become refugees again, to rediscover themselves with new employment, new new homes and all other opportunities. So it leaves a very open question as to whether they will be ready to again leave everything to start from scratch here. So you can see how the number of refugees abroad affects our sex age pyramids. So let us remain optimistic, though, to say that in some cases we may see some of them return, though the majority won't probably do it. Germany itself, who has been teaching a lot our refugees in terms of German language and so on. People are still in Poland with more or less stable employment there. I don't think they will come back to these conditions and these salaries here. We can discuss salaries later on, by the way. Some recent Poland developments say that in some circumstances certain people may be forced out of the country, though I doubt that the Ukrainians in Poland will move towards Ukraine. They probably will move elsewhere. And I think that the people will be joining the labor market there, working even offline. So, okay, the Ukrainians are in no rush coming back. Maybe we should import some labor force. From some early media mentions, there have been no huge successes reported, even with some agencies doing their job here. This is because of certain problems. First of all, our legislation is rather about importing experts or top-notch professionals. There are certain limitations of the salary range and so on, so there's no change in such legislation. There's another option. When we want people to come, but not to the capital. There are some agencies that would come to do certain jobs here, like Turkish builders that are more or less only migrants to stay here doing some odd construction jobs. The case I know of migrants being used elsewhere in industrial manufacture was in the western Ukraine, Transcarpathian region in Tyachiv. There were tons of comments online regarding this case when local residents would say that way local manufacturer was stealing their jobs by inviting migrants from abroad. Now let us remember that we've long been traditionally been a monoculture with religious beliefs and so on, and imagine people with wildly different cultures, beliefs and so on, suddenly coming out to our towns and cities. Sometimes we joke that even the left bank Kiev residents find it hard to find common language with those living on the right bank, and this is our people. Imagine the foreigners coming out here. Now, enough with quantity. Let us think about quality. Ultimately, it's about capital. I've been following researches in the emotional conditions in the society of late, and we will see fatigue, disenchantment, fears, hope, and in the majority of cases, the emotions we are overwhelmed with are of negative quality. Here are the stress levels since 2020, and we can see the level of stress going high. We barely cleared COVID to jump into the war, sending us deeper into stressful conditions. The levels growing from 80 plus, 82, 83, 84 to 87 and more. When I saw some alternative surveys attempting to reflect our realities, we see a reduction in the psychological conditions. More worries, more concerns, insomnia, emotional stability, and even given no one is liking here the idea of going to shirk, still the number of people effectively ready to visit a counselor is on a steady rise. And we have even 500,000 those regularly using different types of antidepressants and other such drugs to cope with the stress. And yes, the level of satisfaction with life is low indeed. Our happiness level is almost equal to that of the concern. %62% say of their sense of life in terms of their work. Imagine that this is combined with, high level of anxiety, poor happiness score. Well, if at least they can find happiness in on the job, let it be so. But it's not the case every time either. And year by year, we see this stress level going up. There's no more complaints about burnouts because I think we are past the point of reporting it. This popular joke about white and black streaks in lives, and someone saying that what I once regarded a black streak, if actually it had been a white one. And yes, we still see people laughing, donning on funny garments, doing all things like that, but still, heavy depression is already a harsh reality for a big proportion of our people, which leads many of them to using drugs. From here, people who go to work or employees, we need to stop thinking of them as superheroes that can cope with whichever level of stress. We no longer have people with pre-COVID level of strength and resilience. And whenever we try to measure and judge our performance, you will see people who will not be able to do it, or who will be thoroughly burnt out. Plus certain insecurity in different aspects of it, including potential winding up of a company in current challenging conditions. This doesn't add any positive. Add here preoccupation with social media, binge watching all sorts of crap they show there. From here, insomnia, fatigue, leading our people to a state of utter exhaustion already early in the morning. And our human capital is rather a residue of that capital. And this is what the WHO has to say. Suicide rate is on the rise. About half of us will be in need on psycho-emotional support. Many will need to go on medicated support. Mortality rates will grow. Cardiovascular diseases and related stress-related conditions being among the leaders. And alcohol consumption rates are also on high. So speaking of us, how many of us there are and who we are, we need to understand that we are not going to see more candidates in this country. Yes, the trend of giving birth isn't that popular in current conditions, and it's about exhaustion, it's about depleted resources, it's about us becoming other, different people. More prone to outbursts, instability, people who we've been knowing for quite some time suddenly looking quite different. And yes, in working teams, we may see that our top management is surprised with us without even noticing that they changed as well. We need to be able to understand that, to explain to ourselves, to know how to deal with it in communication and otherwise. And yes, do not use the pre-COVID workload rules because they no longer work. And Yes, we will need more automation, more AI to prop people, to help them move ahead with it. Traditional recruiting system of forming a request and finding potential candidate, it's no longer operable. We will need to really switch for lifelong learning, doing our best to help people remain members of our team also through training. And what the labor market has to offer. You can see that the number of openings has stabilized if we judge by the employment websites. Maybe there are others using Telegram channels, Viber groups. Okay, I see that these are nonetheless popular channels of communication and for searches of information employment as well. The labor market has reached a certain plateau, and this is what we can have realistically. There's no influx of candidates, and gradually employers have already understood that rather than having a specific cohort in mind, they need to look into a wider range of candidates, including 60 plus people who can well deliver. Yes, it is also possible to employ people with disabilities, but there are nuances as well. Sometimes we see openings offered at production facilities, which may not be easily filled with people with disabilities or people aged 60 plus. I think employers prefer having more people working blue-collar jobs, simple occupations. And in terms of automation, this leads to greater risk of redundancy. We see this even in shops, when sometimes shops are operating completely without human assistance. I think even human resource managers can be made redundant. So some creeping redundancy drive is all the rage. Still more that people's wishes regarding their salary and other working conditions are increasingly demanding. And the situation will not improve anyhow, because even the employers say that the situation has a clear tendency to worsening, and they are preparing themselves. There won't be more openings with higher salary offers, and if we think of young people, we need to understand which communication channels these are using. There are 3 life hacks on OLX. If you have a vacancy opened with some housing in mind, or you have certain specifics for males, with the possibility of shielding them from drafting and things like that, you can be successful.
Speaking about candidates, sometimes we have the growing numbers of CVs, and this is not just a positive result of our work. Partially, this is due to the increased wages. The analysis of wages offered to candidates the wages offered grow, and sometimes people review these ads with wages to understand how adequate their current position is. Sometimes this is even used by employees when they request for wage increase. Some candidates they launch additional employment and work remotely. So employers try to overcome the employers with upskilling, with automation, and hire people with new skills. Speaking about wages, this is probably the most interesting. In majority of cases, people look for higher wages, not for new employment sometimes, and that's why some HR may go back to old databases and offer higher wages. Again and again, labor market shows demand for labor force, and now employers cut down the planning for wages. This 32%, this 32% of employers are not sure whether they will be able to increase wages. Each quarter, employers review their competitors, their target audience, etc. When we look at the global trends, we see that wages are either not reviewed or reviewed not higher than 10%, but actually the wages grow. We have inflation 13.6%, while average wage, official wage in Ukraine is around 26,000. If your wage is at this level or lower, you may go to the labor market, look for better wages, where the people are ready to live on stable wage. People are not ready to do that because of high inflation. And now about our self-identification, whether we can be happy without money. There is a feeling that that we can be optimistic about our future. It looks like we still want to identify ourselves as Ukrainians, as Europeans, and fight for Ukraine's independence and sovereignty. As for the and this is backed up by social capital and intensive civilian life. We got accustomed to survive without electricity during long time outages, and our resilience rate is a bit higher than an average. 70 6% of Ukrainians show this increased number of resilience. We have and there's resilience allows us to continue when everything around remains helpless, and this allows us to irritate further our northern neighbors. Thank you, Tetiana, for your expert and profound analysis. It will take time to reconsider what you have just described. Thank you for that positive conclusion to your presentation, and that you finalized it with reference to our resilience. And now let us discuss the role of HR community in recovery and the future of employment in Ukraine. I am pleased to invite Ms. Mariana Ivashyna, Head of Training and Development at Halychpharm. Thank you. I would like to keep up with the latest cheerful notes made by my colleague. I am Mariana Ivashyna. I'm HR in Halychpharm, and I'm a founder of HR Association in Lviv, and it looks like I will have this honor to sum up what we have heard today and to show you how HR community can play its role to in the recovery mission. As we have learned today, in 2025, the whole world looks at very specific trends, at human-centristic world. Individual approaches, and actually the we have seen considerable growth of people who look for flexible work hours, while in Ukraine we can only hope that in nearest future, when Ukraine will get fuller access to the EU, that we will prevail in this war, and that we will think about recovery. Now we do not have students who graduate from construction specialties from technical universities. I'm an HR consultant for kids of my colleagues, and I explain to children how important it is to to get technical education. Some years ago, I was a teacher in the Ukrainian Catholic University, and I had a lot of female students in HR faculty, and now they are very popular. And now logistics in transport. Perhaps you understand that in nearest future you will travel directly from Lviv to Vienna and in the past that took just 14 hours, and now the train goes again 16 hours because of 2 hours stop at the border. And imagine that this will be a high-speed railway. It will take just several hours. When I communicate with HRs from Lviv, I realize how we introduce Western approaches. We've been digitalizing very quickly. We develop educational systems, LLM, LMS. We have been developing rapidly. For me, it's quite clear that both VT and even high education would not compete with internal training in the companies. It takes at least 3 months for a company to train a new employee how to work in the company, and this will remain in force. The war, migration, demography. We have heard much today, and I would not encourage you to give birth to boys because that's useless. But I have to say that many people first left Ukraine and then came back. Artificial intelligence. I would not repeat what we have heard today about the artificial intelligence. We have learned much about what areas of growth we expect to see. Revival of our infrastructure and energy, healthcare and pharma sectors. I've got a request from Unbroken to launch an educational project for doctors, and they requested they requested special training for art students involved in producing prosthetics for veterans. This had shown that we need rehabilitologists, technologists, and creative technologies, education, local businesses, services, internal tourism. Internal tourism had reached its peak, especially in Western Ukraine. Just imagine Kryvyi today and 5 years ago. I do not mean the quality of services, I mean the numbers, the volume of services. So what is my major message today? Today in Ukraine, we have more than 50 HR communities. There's a different associations and groups. Today we gave birth to one more community, HR Boost. Let's applaud to this new HR community, to Natalia, to Yuri. What else? All those HR communities are concentrated in Kyiv, Lviv, Odessa, Dnipro, and Kharkiv. And knowing that today we have people from all over Ukraine, I would encourage you to get united and form and shape new communities. When I tell you how we organized it, you will see that it's easier. In 2022, when a full-scale invasion started, Lviv had seen a huge influx of people. We were trying to facilitate relocations of people. Liudmyla and I, some 6 HR companies came together and did the first brainstorm session. Next meeting, we had 10 HR companies. Now we are 150 companies. We organize bi-weekly meetings. We invite experts, and now we have this community which can influence a lot of things. We exchange experience, we exchange our practices, we share with practical news, and it's quite useful to have a huge community, huge friendly community. A human requires a human, not an artificial intelligence, and no artificial intelligence will substitute it. I know that you may attend a lot of HR fora, including human capital, etc. HR camp in September in Lviv. We have a lot of such events, but additionally to them, you may create your own local HR communities and then join to us. Well, I managed to do that within 10 minutes. I'm very grateful for this event. It was very inspiring. Thank you, and till next meetings. Thank you, Mariana, for your dynamic and energetic final motivation speech. Our HR boost. This is our mutual product, and we are ready to offer new solutions. We are creative. Take care. Take care about your family. Thank you for this joint energy, for this warm communication. Please do not skip the community in WhatsApp, and we stay connected. And we